Day 3, it's Wednesday the 7th of May.
Would you believe it?
I can't believe it. And we're down in Parc, Ferme, right amongst the bikes, as you can probably see. And we're standing in front of a person who's going to be because they are leading.
Yeah, he's one of the leaders. 183, 4 times World Trials champion, Adam Raga, who's made a return to the Scottish 6 Days Trial 25 years after his first attempt when he rode round on a gas with World Trials champion Jordi Tares.
There you go. So it is day 3. It's halfway through, technically, I guess. It's 6 days. We're at 3.
Yeah, we're at the middle of the week now, and it's all to play for. But we've still got 2 leaders. We've got Adam Raga, and we've also got Harry Hemingway. So it's a bit of a needle match at the top end at the moment. One riding Sherco and one riding Abita.
It is Nevis Radio. It's great to have you with us. I'm John Weller. John Moffat with me all week as well.
Yeah,
giving the guru.
Yeah, giving that sort of
background and information.
Yeah.
Back at the studio, Simon. A very good morning, Simon.
Good morning.
How are you?
Better today.
You're feeling a bit better?
A bit better.
One man up, one man down in it today.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm hoping nobody can really pick it up, but half the team is ill.
Yeah, we're working on that one. And we've got Robbie on the camera right now, which is bringing you his shots. So I think we're going to walk on the middle of these bikes.
Are we?
And Robbie's going to sort of follow us.
Is he going to?
Is that the idea?
Ah, right.
And if you'd like to get in contact with us, there's many, many ways you can be part of the show on this Wednesday.
Indeed there is. Basically, easiest way, WhatsApp these days, 01397 706 100. You can get us on there. Alternatively, you can phone us on the same number. That's 01397 706 100. You can email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can find us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official, or look for our YouTube feed, Nevis Radio Official, or just type in Nevis Radio on YouTube. And it should appear as if by magic. And we're live on there just now. I'm looking at the bikes as you walk down.
And please be part of the show. You want to request, you want to say hello to a rider, we'll try and catch up with them as well. And we'll be giving you all the leaders, the routes and everything as we go through this Wednesday. Do you know what? It's time for a tune already, I believe.
We can do that. Leonard Skinner.
Absolutely.
Oh, great.
Oh, happy with that.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Certainly am.
1, 2, 3.
I want it today. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain, and I haven't had any punctures yet. But to last long as well, it's ideal, really.
with some style. Our Highland religion drip-fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Caman man.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Saying it is Thursday, no, yes, Wednesday, sorry, Wednesday the 7th of May.
You fell into my trap, didn't you?
You did, you set me up there nicely.
Yeah.
And down at Parc, Ferme, it's a bit overcast, but it's not too cold this morning, I don't think.
No, it's not too cold. It's saying 9 degrees on the clock just now, but the cloud's quite high, which is normally a good sign. I'm not a weather person, but to me, if the clouds are up high, then we've got less chance of the wet stuff hitting us. But dry just now. Yesterday was a superb day. I think everybody had a good day out there. There are 18 bikes lying to the side at the moment here in the secure area in the Parc Ferme. So there's one or two riders
not literally laying on their side, they've just been taken out the race.
No, laying to the side, yeah, parked up in the secure area. So there's a few out now. There may be more because riders take their bikes home, but these ones are in storage until such time as they're picked up by their owners. Number 1 and 2 are out. I noticed that's Andy Anderson. So I didn't quite get any story on that. But it's sitting normally where the bikes that are there for recovery are parked up at the moment. So today we've got a guest coming on round about 9:30.
I believe, yep.
His name's Patrick Comerford. I'm sure a lot of the southern supporters of the Scottish 6 Days Trial remember Comerford's Limited of Portsmouth Road, Thames Ditton. And on page 44 of the official programme, Patrick Comerford has taken an advert out because it's 100 years since the formation of Comerford's in London in 1925. And Patrick's doing some nice things for people who were associated with not only the Bultaco and KTM brands, but people who were associated in motorsport that Comerford's supported and sponsored and put so many riders out. And it was one of these things that a lot of the employees actually competed as well, a high percentage of them. And our sales manager, Bert Thorne, the late Bert Thorne, he actually left school and started working for Teddy Comerford right up until his retirement. He had a full life of working.
Wow.
And he actually rode the Scottish 6 Days Trial several times, once or twice on an aerial that belonged to the late Jackie Duncan, the Scottish Trials champion. It got traded in at Comerford. So, as I said earlier this week, they rode them on the Sunday and sold them on the Monday.
Yeah. I always think we took these people out, which sort of, yeah, may not plan to got so big as they did, but I mean, the people they brought through the sport, if they'd taken them out of the history, how the history would have changed. Does that
Dramatically,
make sense?
yeah. I mean, you've got...
You talked about Lampkins yesterday, but I mean, you've got, it's not
Yeah.
just them, there's huge family groups.
That's right.
If they weren't there, what direction would the sport have gone
Well,
in?
exactly. Well, the Lampkins got a start with Bultaco through Comerford, through Reg May, their chief mechanic. And Dave Thorpe, the motocross rider who rode for Honda and was world motocross champion, Dave Thorpe started off as a schoolboy rider, a youth rider. His father, Keith Thorpe, was the workshop manager when there were 5-star Honda dealers. And, you know, Dave Thorpe started off as a young boy, a wee boy, riding a Suzuki that Keith built for him, right through the ranks and on to racing for Honda at the top of the game. So, and Dave Thorpe's still doing motocross schools, etc., in association with Honda, believe it or not. So all these people, Vic Allen's another one, a Scotsman from Aberdeen, he was an Aberdonian, he's from that area, Garlogie, and he was a double British motocross champion. The only time it's ever been done, the 250 and 500cc British motocross championship was won by Vic, and then he went on to win the very first 4-stroke British championship. And Vic was up just up at the time of the pre-65. He was on the road run at Moydart. And another Comerford's employee, Gordon Farley, the Monteza development rider, had a flat. They had actually flats for some of the employees.
Wow.
Vic had a flat.
I didn't realise they went that far.
Yeah, a flat. And Gordon was with his first wife. He was in a flat in Portsmouth Road, and it was a huge company.
Wow.
Amazing.
So first rider away in what, about 13 minutes time, 13 and a half minutes time?
Yeah, something like that. You're now going to ask me who the first rider away is. Yeah, and of course I've got that upside down at the Comerford's advert, so I'll have to find that for you. It must be about the 140s, I think, because I was speaking to Nigel Burkett this morning. He was up early for his breakfast, so we'll just have a quick look at that. You keep talking.
Yeah, Nigel won't miss his breakfast, that's for sure. And you want to get in contact with us, we need to thank our sponsors, Michelin Tyres, Gavin Cairns, Rough Casting. Other sponsors for the week, we've got Thistle Access, we've got Coms West, we've got Charles Guru and 2 Tyres. Nevis Bakery, they supplied some shortbread. You were giving that out yesterday to some of the competitors.
I was indeed, and there's still some more to go out.
There is indeed.
Yeah, I've got the first rider away now. Wednesday, not Thursday. This is Wednesday the 7th of May, isn't it?
Yep.
97, John Battensby from Bedlington on a Sherco. He's done it 13 previous time. He's riding in company with 98 Scott Aiken from the Concert Club. So rider number 97 will be getting ready to go soon because it's now 7:15. So I don't see anybody in though, is there?
No, nobody's come through the gates yet. Nobody's been called yet, which is quite unusual.
I see.
Very quiet. I mean, the few observers they've been around, they've gone out. What sort of time do the observers go out? Depending how far they've got to travel.
Oh yeah, very early in some cases. The route markers, of course, they go out extremely early. They're out at something like 3:30, 4 in the morning, or at least they used to be, because they've got to go out, especially the road markers, they go out and mark it at the side of the road where they come off the hill, and the route markers yesterday will have laid out today's route, so they're always working a day ahead. So the Tuesday route markers Tuesday route marker, people out on the Tuesday, they're actually laying out Wednesday, which is today's run. And the road markers go out early morning, pick up the flags as they come off the moor, put the lefts, rights and straight on indicators on the road.
Right, because like I say, with the flags, you've got these little
orange flags.
Straight on.
Yeah.
Some
sorry. Yeah.
So I'm talking about the
at the side of the road. Yeah. Well, you've got the white is straight on, which says SO, which stands for straight on. Yeah. You've got the blue, which is the L, which is the left, and the red is right with an R on it, and that directs the riders either down a certain street or off the road onto the private land.
Okay. And they must follow that route to get to where they've got to get to.
Yeah, what they do in the private land is it's normally a series of canes that are driven into the ground, just like your...
Are these the ones we're looking at just in front of these?
Yeah, that's them there. So they've got a yellow flag, plastic flag on the top of that, And then
You
these
call
are,
that yellow? I call it orange.
sorry, orange, sorry. Not yellow, colourblind.
Oh, my goodness,
yeah,
it's got
orange
this morning.
flags across the moor, and that stands out against the heather and the bracken. So the riders are looking ahead for that. They tend to look up hills to see if they can see a thing flackering in the breeze, the orange flag, and that's what they follow. And then the back markers, they come behind the trial, and they pick them all back up again. So literally about 10-15 minutes after the last riders crossed the moor, the flags are removed, and after a shower of rain, quite honestly, you wouldn't have actually believed there'd been any bikes on the ground, quite honestly.
Riders are entering now at last. There we go. So it's starting to get a buzz out there already.
They are, yeah. So the early day today is number 97, John Battensby, if he's still in the trial. Can't see him yet, but 97 is the first guy off today. So you're up in the early hundreds. Rider 100 just pulling his bike in there and getting the stands set up with spare wheels, changing back wheels over this morning, and going out on their run.
And before we do the weather, do you want to just give the socials a shout, Si?
Are we not on the weather yet?
We haven't done the weather yet now.
All right. I thought we had.
No, not yet.
My bad. Right, sorry, what you asking? You want me to give
Update on the socials, how people can get in contact with us.
Okay, so you can do that by WhatsApping us, 01397 706 100. Phone number, same number, 01397 706 100. Studio at nevisradio.co.uk if you'd like to drop us an email. And you've got Nevis Radio Official on Facebook, and you can look for Nevis Radio on YouTube, and you can watch it live there too. On the subject of that, I've got to say good morning for a daily shout out from Mark and Andy from Dorset. They're observing at Lower Mamor today, so looking forward to that. And alright, okay, that one's not for air because that's about my breakfast.
No, that's different.
And we've also got the competition, which we need to sort of conclude yesterday's and start today's.
Yeah,
We'll do
that's
that
right. We
in
need to
about
pick a
10
winner,
minutes'
don't
time.
we, Si?
We
Picking
do.
a winner.
10 minutes' time, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I need to find my sheet with my answers on.
Yeah, see, I was trying to buy you some time as well. 'Cause I thought
What we'll do is, I'll just mention the competition for today, or from yesterday onwards, for the second cap. It's the winner will get a Trials Guru Nevis Radio Blue VIP cap. There's only so many being made, and there's 2 for grabs this week as competition prizes. And the question now, going forward, is what is the name of the column that Bernie Schreiber writes for Trials Guru? So what's the name of the column that Bernie Schreiber writes for Trials Guru? So obviously I would think the answer may be on Trials Guru
Is it
website.
Nelson's?
Hang on a minute, that was a different question to yesterday. That's
Yeah, we've got two
got 2
competitions.
hats.
Got 2 hats. So yesterday, this is today's question.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back and we'll pull a winner for yesterday's soon.
fair enough.
It's getting very confusing.
Yesterday's question was, what year did Bernie Schreiber win the Scottish 6 Days and on how many marks? So it was a 2-part question yesterday, and that's what we'll be pulling the prizes out for today.
And what kind of hat is it?
It's a Trials Guru hat. It's a cap, and it's done in a royal blue colour with the Trials Guru logo on the front. You've got the Trials Guru web address on one side, and on the other side you've got Nevis Radio letting the music burst out, and across the back, dedicated to trial. So,
In the words of Brad Pitt,
I need that hat.
You've been trying to get that in all week, haven't you?
I have.
there you
So
go.
we got there. So, weather, tune, messages, come back. We'll have a look at the route, and the first rider will be away in about 8 minutes' time.
Okay, before I do weather, do you want a tune after that?
Yep.
What tune am I playing?
I don't care, whatever you want.
Right,
What
like
about
that, is it?
Kelly Clarkson?
What about Clay Clarkson? Which
What
one?
Breakaway.
Breakaway, there you go, there's a tune.
I like those biscuits.
Yeah. Nice thick chocolate on the top. Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness.
Do they still make them?
Yeah.
All right.
They can't
yeah,
talk
they
about
do.
them.
No, all
They
right.
do.
We won't talk about them then.
Right, okay, we can do that.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
It's going to be a chilly start for most, but however, temperatures will rise and be quite a nice settled dry day with some prolonged sunshine. Highs generally above seasonal averages, in fact getting up to 20 degrees centigrade today. Tonight's going to be dry with good clear sky spells for most, but cloudier around the northern coast and your fringes. Light winds, temperatures falling quite quickly though, and frost by dawn down to 0 degrees centigrade across Loch Harbour.
That was today's weather on Nevis Radio. Brought to you by Thistle Access.
You captured our heart, hold on with some style. Our Highland religion drip fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Caman man.
The tie is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
capture our heart, hold on with some style. Our Highland religion drip fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the
Fort Williams West End car park.
Yeah, it is. It's quite balmy now, but it's dry. That's the main thing, and I think it's, well, my opinion is it's ideal trials weather for the riders because they don't get too hot if it's cool, and if it's dry, that makes all the difference. Because nothing worse than riding a bike in the miserable pouring rain. Going to do the route.
Engine start. We should hear an engine start any minute.
We will do it at 7:30 now.
It's not happening.
So the first rider's up, 97. Yeah, 97 there. John Battensby, it's down in the book. Let's see if it is. Yeah, it is JJ Battensby from the Bedlington Club. Away on his share, because that's the first man away on Wednesday, 7th of May. Route today is down fairly much in towards the Kinloch-Leven area. They're going out up the hill to Blamberfold and over to Callart. The first two sections are there. They're not spectator accessible, but they're dropping down to Lower Mamore, which is near their Kinloch-Leven, and there's three sections there. First rider will be there at 8:40 or 20 to 9. Then over to the two sections at Group C at Schoolhouse Falls. First rider will be there at 9 o'clock, but that's not accessible apparently. And sections, Group D, three sections at Greymare's Tail. That's just outside the village of Kinlochmore, which is part of Kinloch-Leven. First rider at 9:30. Then of course the old iconic section that's been in the trial for round about 60 years. There is some schools that thought that it was first used in 1964, but they rode down it. But there are pictures available that actually indicate that they were riding up Pipeline in 64. Which took me by surprise, but only came to light a couple of years ago. So there's two sections at Pipeline, probably quite far up. First rider's there at 9:40, and that's quite a brisk walk up from the village, up the dam road that takes you up to Blackwater Dam, but the Pipeline's up there. Then they go across to Lochield Moor, Lochield Cottage, Carnderg, and Bradeleg. These sections are not accessible, they're well over the hill. And the next sections you can go and spectator is Group J, where there's 5 sections at Leenachin, which is the Nevis Range car park area. I think the charges are £6 to park there, but I think it, according to my reports so far, they do take credit card. First rider's there at 1:30, and then over to Group K, 2 sections at Corrienancloich. First rider's there at 14:10. I don't know these sections at all. I know the name, but I don't think I've ever been to them. So my plan today would probably be to catch them at Leenachin. I don't think I'd had time to go to Lower Mamore and catch our riders there. I don't know if it would work out that way, but I'll see how it goes. And Leenachin certainly easy parking hopefully there. I don't think there's any downhill mountain biking or that going on, so we should be okay there. And as I say, first rider away this morning, 97, John Battensby.
Do you want to have a wander around and say hello to anybody?
Yeah.
Sort of friends.
Rider 100's on the podium just now. That's Stuart Craik from Fort William. Let's see if we can catch somebody over the back here.
Clansman Garage is supporting him, so good morning to the guys over at Clansman listening.
We'll try and get a camera over onto John as well.
Yeah, we won't take too long here, but we've got Rider 113, local man, originally from Kinloch-Leven, now living in Fort William. Riding a Scorpio is Gary MacDonald. Now Gary's the most successful Scottish trials rider of all time, as he's got 13 titles to his name from Scotland. He's also got a British title under his belt, and he's the only Scottish rider that's come as close to riding the Scottish 6 days as you can, because he's been on the podium several times. Gary, just doing quick maintenance here. How's been the trial so far?
It's been good. Can't help myself, even though I've done it nearly 20 times, I still get really nervous. So you know, I'm trying to control my nerves quite a bit. I don't know why, because you know, I feel like I've got nothing to prove now, but because I'm so competitive, I still want to do well. So yeah, so I find myself really nervous this year. I don't know why, because I've been sort of focused on cycling this year, But you know, I still know I can ride a bike a wee bit when I know I'm sort of feeling good and on it. So, but yeah, it's going alright, I suppose.
Now, you've been on the podium this last weekend at the Pre-65 Scottish Trial. You quite enjoy that event as well. Were you nervous about that?
No, it's more of a social, I find, because everyone's there for, as they call, a bit of crack. So it was really enjoyed myself, and you know, had a good result. Didn't drop anything all weekend, which is really difficult to do. You know, the sections were tricky this year, quite hard, and 2 of us went clean, and I lost the tie-break on biggest CC, so biggest engine. But you know, couldn't have went to a better guy, Jimmy Noble. Yeah. Fantastic guy, won it once before, so really deserved.
There's always next year, Gary.
Oh, there's always next year, but I'm finding this 8 days trialling straight is pretty hard going, and the body's not sort of coping so well these days. But anyway, we still do it. I don't know why, but we still do it 'cause we do love it. So yeah, well, this is my early day today, so I need to get this day out of the way. Hopefully, with not too many mistakes, and we'll see where we are after today.
Great. Well, I'll let you get on with the maintenance, guy. It's always good to interview you, and thanks very much.
No problem. Thanks very much, John. Cheers.
That's Gary MacDonald, 13 times Scottish Trials champion, and also has a British title under his belt, and now doing good things with cyclocross on push bikes. As he says, he's always still very competitive, and it's strange to hear him saying that he's a wee bit nervous being at the Scottish 6 days, because it's almost like a local trial to him, but that's the way it goes. And as I say, he's the last Scotsman to win the Scottish 6 days trial was way back in 1935, which is 90 years ago, if my arithmetic's right.
You and your numbers, you know your numbers.
90 years ago since the last Scotsman won the Scottish 6 days, and Gary came very close to winning this event more than once, and we always hoped that at some stage a Scotsman would pick up the laurels here at the Scottish 6 days, but it's been a long dry spell. 90 years is a long time, and 80 years the trial's been centred here in Fort William. But the man who won the 1932 and 1935 Scottish, the only Scotsman to win, was the late Bob McGregor from Killin. He was a Rudge works rider in the true sense of the word, but what he used to do was he used to ride his bike to the factory, and then sometimes they would take pity on him and send it back up to him at Killin on a train. So I don't think Gary's had to do that. But yeah, he's had some good rides up here at the Scottish 6 days, and as I say, almost won the thing. I'm just trying to think if there's anybody, or see if there's anybody else we could have a quick word with. They're all fettling their bikes. Let's have a quick look. Who have we got across here? Yeah, I'm not sure whose bike's which. Is it 117 Duncan McCall?
How you getting on?
Not bad yourself, Duncan?
All right. Not too bad.
Yeah. What position are you in just now? Did you look at the results?
I'm not looking at the results. Have been that bad this week.
You're doing World Championship rounds now, aren't you?
Yeah, I've been doing Trail 2, done last year, and I'm doing them this year, so that's a bit different to this.
Yeah, well, can you explain what Trial 2 is? And there's Trial 1, 2 and 3, isn't there?
Yeah, so it's Trail GP, that's like the top class, that's like Tony Bolt and all that, and then there's Trail 2, the class I ride in. That's basically, I would say, it's the most competitive class, so at least 40 to 50 people every event. And then you get Trail 3, that's like the 1-2-5 class, and then there's the 2 women's classes.
That's right. Now, you come from which part of the world? Is it Lesmahago?
Yeah, just south of Glasgow.
What do you do for a living?
Heavy plant mechanic, so field service for Komatsu.
Great, so, but you enjoy your Scottish 6 days, don't you?
Oh yeah, definitely the best week of the year. Just look forward to this all year.
It's like your summer holidays, isn't it?
Basically a week off work, innit?
Anyway, all the best, Duncan. We'll see you around there.
Cheers, thank you.
That's Duncan McCall there, one of the contenders for this year's Scottish Championship, I would say. He's going round, it looks like he's riding round with Lewis Byron. He's also from the Glasgow area. Lewis, you enjoying the Scottish so far? You were riding the Pre-65 at the weekend.
Yeah, enjoying it. Doing the 8 days this year again, so can't complain. Yeah, enjoying it.
Now your father, he's involved in the Facebook page Motor Trials Scotland, isn't he?
Yeah, he shares all the kind of local Scottish trials news and all the stuff that's going on, results and photos and stuff. Yeah.
Keeps him going.
Yeah, I think he enjoys it as well. Keeps him involved.
And he does some photography as well.
Yeah, enjoys that as well.
So, you having a good time this year at the Scottish 6 days?
Enjoying it, yeah. I wouldn't say I'm having a good time, but enjoying it anyway. The result's not so good.
And of course it's dry.
Yeah, it makes a bit of a difference. Don't mind the wet, you know, but I think especially the foreign riders quite enjoy it when it's dry.
And how many times this you've had a crack at the Scottish?
I think this will be number 6.
You're getting a veteran now, Lewis.
Yeah, got a few more yet.
Okay, well thanks very much. See you later on.
Thank you, cheers.
It's Lewis Bryan from down Milton Campsie direction. As I say, his dad, he works for a Pico factory racing, and he does in his spare time keep everybody informed with Motor Trial Scotland on Facebook. And it's something now that most things are now online. We were discussing this earlier this week, and we hope to get Danny Butler and Stu Day into the studio before their work time this morning, have a chat with them. Over the years there have been various publications such as Motorcycle News, Motorcycling, Motorcycle, covered the Scottish. Then they took a downturn away from trials, and it became very evident they needed something specialist, and that's when Bill Lawless started Trials and Motocross News, which started in 1977, which it landed on the same year as when they started moving the Scottish from Edinburgh up to Fort William full time. And that went on for many, many years. Mike Rapley, the photojournalist, he did the official programme of the Scottish with a pull-out section in the Trials and Motocross News, and he did that from 1984 to around about 1996. So he did it for about 15 years, and then it went back to the club to do. But over the last few years there's been a complete drift away from paper-based media to online. Everybody's online now. You've got videos and all sorts of things that people see instantly. I mean, even the results of the Scottish 6 days are online at night. It used to be you had to go up to the Milton Hotel, as it was called then, the Ben Nevis Hotel, to look up the results. You had to physically go and look for them. Now you can get them on your iPad or your mobile phone or whatever. So we'll be talking to Danny Butler and Stu Day about the downturn in periodicals and paper-based reporting, because we're now more in an instant world. It's immediate. So they'll hopefully be coming in a wee while, and we're having a word with them in the studio.
And you're talking about fettling. What are they actually allowed to do out there, the riders? What can't they do? I mean, obviously they can't change engines, but I'm assuming tyres, chains, sprockets.
Well, they can change engines if they're so inclined, but they'll probably get thrown out the trial. Yeah, a lot of them change rear wheels today. You'll probably see wheels missing from machines as we go around the paddock.
You're talking about the whole wheel with the tyre, not just the tyre, aren't you?
The tyre and wheel come out of the bike, and they've got another one, a spare wheel that they put in. And what they're basically doing there is swapping tyres across. They're changing the rear cover, because these get scrubbed quite easily, quite quickly. What we did with my son, he took a wheel off on Monday and turned the tyre round, so he got a better edge on it. But last night he came in, took the wheel out and changed the tyre, because he had quite a generous time to do that. So he did that last night, so his bike's basically ready to go, chains lubed and everything. So it just depends on the time they've got when they come in the night before. If they're tight for time and they have to put their bike right in, then they won't do too much to the bike. Obviously they've not got time, so they'll do it today with their 15 minutes work time in the Parc Ferme here. And anything it needs, I mean, Gary was actually topping up the coolant, because obviously it spat out a little bit of coolant because they get quite hot on the road, and the overflow pipe will have discharged some of the coolant out there just to let it breathe a bit. So he just checks the height of the coolant in the radiator, tops it up, puts everything back together, and then gently runs it out the car park this morning, and that'll be it, ready to go basically. Check all your fluids, you know, your coolant, your gearbox oil, your primary gear oil if that's separate, and just generally check over the bike. Any loose nuts and bolts, that's when they should be tightened up, because they do tend to vibrate a bit on the road, and some of the fixings can come loose. So you just be checking all the nuts and bolts. Some people will do an air filter, just take the old air filter out, put a new one in just to help the engine breathe a bit if it's taken in some dirt during the daily run.
There's something else I've noticed this year. They've not got that ancillary fuel tank on the front of the bikes anymore.
Not many are carrying them now.
I haven't seen any. I haven't seen the one with it on
Yeah,
there.
I haven't actually spotted one as yet, to be honest. The Hebo brand did that for years. It was just a little tank that bolts in front of the number plate, a proper fuel tank with a breather and a supply pipe, and auxiliary fuel tank then feeds the main fuel tank as you're running along. But I think they've got it pretty well sussed as to where the petrol checks are. Maybe the intermediate mileages drop back a little bit. I don't know what the score is there, but you're right, the auxiliary fuel tanks seem to have been
I've
omitted.
not seen one all week.
No, I can't see one even just standing here in the car park. I can't spot one. But there used to be, just about every rider used to have them. Even on the 4-strokes, which tend to use a little bit of fuel, they used to have them on the 4RTs as well, just to make sure you never run out. But it doesn't seem to be an issue now.
And we were talking about engines of 4-strokes, 2-strokes yesterday, and somebody else said to me, so the 4-stroke engines are heavier than a 2-stroke engine, is that?
Yeah, that's right, because
components in it, why is that?
More moving parts in it. I mean, a 2-stroke doesn't have any valves or valve gear, so there's no timing chain on it. There's no inlet valve, exhaust valve, or springs for that. So up the top end of a 4-stroke, it's pretty crowded up there. You know, where the rocker box is. You've got your valve gear in there, and that's driven from the end of the crankshaft. So in a 2-stroke, it's piston ported. So the engine, the piston itself, brings into play an inlet and an exhaust, and that's done by the ports. You've got an inlet port, an exhaust port, and then you've got the transfer ports. The mixture gets sucked in to the crankcase through the induction port, through the crankcase, gets blown up to the top end, that goes up to the top, it feeds the piston with some fuel-air mixture, ignition by the spark plug, boom, and that's it. It's a 2-stroke engine as opposed to 4-cycle engine, and that's the main difference, but they are different in the weight. Suck, bang, blow, whatever, forgotten it now. Used to get it at applied
used to be
mechanics.
like a little rhythm in your head, didn't it?
Applied mechanics at school, Bathgate Academy. So that's the difference, and of course when you weigh them, the 2-stroke engine is lighter than the 4-stroke, no two ways about it, but it's just a different technology.
Well, I guess maintenance-wise, 2-strokes a bit easier too, I'd guess, because you haven't got all the bells to sort of deal with.
Yeah, you don't have to set valve timing or anything like that. It's the case of ignition timing controls all that. But it is a different concept, and that's why the 4-strokes used to be a bit more expensive, because there's more components in them, and obviously a bit more R&D went into the development of them. But they reckoned at one time that the 4-stroke engine was cleaner because it doesn't burn oil the way that a 2-stroke does, because how they did a 2-stroke was you mixed oil with the petrol, but Yamaha, they brought out a system where there was a Posilube type lubrication, so a separate tank for the oil.
I've done one of them.
Yeah, and it used to squirt oil in at the same time as it was drawing petrol in through the carburettor. But a lot of the bikes now, they've all moved on to not only electronic ignition, they've moved over to electronic fuel injection. The 4RT Monteza was probably one of the first to be used in trials, the PGM F1 fuel injection system, which was like a quarter of what a Fireblade Honda used. The Honda Monteza used a single-cylinder version of that. But now your Vertigos, they run on fuel injection for a 2-stroke, and TRRS are bringing out a new model which is fuel injected as well. The Sherco, we spoke to Jack Peace yesterday, I think it was, and he's riding his Sherco, and it's the EFI version that he's riding. So it's got an injection system now as opposed to a carburettor.
And how does it work with 4-stroke? I mean, originally, like if you had a lawnmower, you'd turn it on the side, all the oil used to go up into the pistons. How does that not work when the bike falls over?
Well,
like,
it's
just...
different
design, is it?
Yeah, different.
That's the pros and cons between 4 and 2-strokes again, wasn't it?
Yeah,
you can turn a 2-stroke upside down, basically.
Yeah, well, the Vertigo, you can dump it on its side and it won't flood.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't sort of take petrol through a carburetor, which is a sort of manual thing, if you like. I mean, it controls the flow and the volume of air fuel mixture. An EFI unit, it's when it's switched off, it's off, so there's no petrol running through it the way that it does with a carburetor, for example.
Okay. Back at the studio, how are we doing back there?
We're good. They've got people entering today's competition.
Good. Right, we need to finish yesterday's competition.
We do, but before we do that, after 8 o'clock, I believe we've got an interview coming up. Like you did on Sunday, John.
Oh, is this the Highlands and Islands blood bikes?
Yes.
That was an interesting chat, 'cause I didn't know exactly what they did, but they were in the area on Sunday fundraising, basically. and managed to catch up with Neil, who's part of the team there locally. And it was an interesting chat. So it's coming up after the news at 8.
Yeah, we'll come back after 8 and we'll introduce that and then we'll go from there.
Okay, that's good stuff. And a big thanks to our sponsors. I know I've mentioned them once already, but Michelin Tyres, Gavin Cairns Rough Casting. We've got Thistle Access. You wonder what Thistle Access do? We've got a trailer down here, which is absolutely fantastic. Dan's in there, who's doing all the technical stuff, the video mixing and making sure the sound's coming out okay. We've got Comms West. They supply the internet, the best way of putting it, I guess, for the week down here. We've got our own sort of independent little aerial up there dish. Charles Guru, which is John Moffat. He's down here giving up his time for us all week as well. Two Tyres, they've been sponsoring us for the first time this year. It's nice to have them on board. We've got Nevis Bakery. You're going to be giving out small biscuits and that around the area.
Yep.
They come down every week. And Gallery in the Fort, Julian Sloan, she's brought a bit of merch down. We've done a little bit of a goodie bag to go along with the Charles Guru hat, which we're giving away.
Yeah,
as well.
that's right. Very good. The Thistle Access, it's actually Thistle Access NDT, and the NDT stands for non-destructive testing. They do a lot of rope access,
Yep.
so when they've got to go into places where you can't actually get machinery in, they'll actually put guys down on ropes, you know, obviously well worked out, and obviously hang off things, clean things up, check things. And of course nowadays everybody's using these drones. I noticed there was a drone test yesterday. And a lot of surveyors are using drones to actually check out the condition of buildings now, where it's maybe difficult to get onto, you know, what I would describe as a skyscraper, multi-storey building, and they're putting these things up. And of course they've got cameras and they're looking at stuff, they're zooming in and stuff and recording it, and then making a decision whether they're going to replace cladding or take windows out or, you know, sort the roof or what have you. So it's quite interesting. Are we going to have some droning?
I'm not sure what's happening, because I say Dan's in there, he's not too well at the moment. We'll sort of see what's going on. So we're sort of manpower down.
Yeah.
But we'll discuss that a little bit later on.
Yeah, yeah.
But that is the plan, I think, at some point.
We've been working on it for a little while, so maybe. But
we're there. We're just about there to do it.
Technology has ramped up in the last couple of years, though, hasn't it, here at Nevis Radio?
Well, just what we're doing, yeah. It's not a small effort anymore. It's a big effort.
Hopefully that comes across to anyone watching the video. Good morning, how are you doing? That's the output we've got now, and that's come from a lot of investment, a considerable amount of investment, if I'm honest, and a lot of time spent learning how to use the equipment, because we've discovered that actually when you buy high-end equipment, you've really got to sit and understand it before. You can't just take it out of the box and go with it.
Read the manual.
You've got to,
manuals? Do these come with manuals?
I
don't know.
You've got to really sit down and try and understand it a bit better.
Yeah.
We're talking about Thistle Access. Can we have Yaz and the only ways up? Is that possible, please?
We can. I don't know why. I thought you were going to do route.
We've done route already.
Oh, you've done route?
Yeah.
I can do the results if you like.
We've got about 8 minutes to go. Probably do that straight after the news. That's all right.
Yeah.
Just sort of try and pace things. Have you got messages to get out, I guess?
Hang on. Right.
Yeah. Picking a winner after 8, is it?
And I mean, we could always come back and do the winner, I guess, of the competition. That'd work, wouldn't it?
We could do that. Yeah.
So then we can really officially start today's competition.
Are you sure we did the route?
We've done the route.
Yeah. It's down in Kinlochleven.
Yeah, we've done the route. Trust us.
You'd be busy doing pressing buttons or
We did weather late, route early. What are you doing over there?
All right. Well, obviously not paying attention. Right. Okay. I've got Yaz. The only way is up coming up, but we'll be back after this, because that's not going to get you to the news. Yeah. Is that right?
with some style. Our Highland religion drip-fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, it's hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Caman man.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain.
You've been out distributing shortbread thanks to Nevis Bakery.
Yes, thanks to Archie Patterson and Nevis Bakery. He puts a wee tranche of his products down here, and I've been giving them out to the riders and also the officials who are manning the station here today, getting the riders away, getting them out in time. A little bit of sustenance for them, so that's
We're
great.
down to the last half a box, you realise that? That's gone really, really quickly this week.
Yeah, it just shows you.
It is very popular. Because sometimes people are a bit funny, they don't want to take sweets off a strange person.
That's right, they've been trained
Their
well.
parents are told, well,
Yeah.
don't
Maybe
take sweets off
sometimes they're
strange
gluten-free and they seem to think there's gluten in it. I don't know what the
How can you have strained or danger with the trials guru? Everybody knows you.
Yeah, but you
Well,
watch
some
Chitty
do.
Chitty Bang Bang and the
Yeah.
child catcher. It's just like him.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Come on, children, come and get my shortbread. Come on, I won't touch your bike. Just like you, that is.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. But
So,
anyway.
competition, let's get this finished. Yesterday's competition.
Yeah, well, the question was, what year did Bernie Schreiber win the Scottish 6 Days trial, and on how many marks did he lose to achieve that victory? And the answer is 1982, and he is the highest scoring winner ever of the Scottish 6 Days trial at 105 marks. So he won the trial on 105 marks, whereas the lowest winners were the late Gordon Jackson on the 350 AGS 187 BLF on 1 mark, and Dougie Lampkin, I think it was 2017, on the Vertigo, also 1 mark. So it's gone from 1 to 105, anything in between. But yeah, the answer is 1982 and 105 marks.
So we need to pick a winner back at the studio.
I'll be honest, that narrows it down considerably because I didn't know the full answer. So I've got a number of varied ones. Some got the years right, some got them wrong. A lot of people got the score wrong, and I've only got literally 2 that have got both parts of it correct.
That's incredible, because they could have looked it
toss
up.
a coin?
Toss a coin for it.
Oh.
But he got one in his pocket.
Well,
He's doing it. We've got about 30
John Moffat
seconds.
has a coin in his
Yeah.
pocket. He's not.
Right, heads is who? Give us a name.
We'll go heads for Karen Wood,
And tails for...
Sandy McDonald.
Right, so it's Karen or Sandy. Heads for Karen. It is heads.
Whose head was?
Heads. It was Karen, wasn't it? First one.
Karen.
Yeah, was it
Okay.
Karen and Sandy's head?
Yeah.
Yeah, Karen was the first one. Karen heads. That's
Magic.
the one.
Right. Okay. Well, I think she might be listening or watching. So, Karen, you've won yourself a goodie bag there.
Do we have a full name for Karen? Or like
Karen Wood.
Karen Wood. And is she at the trial, or does she need it sending to her?
I'm just reading through just now. I'm going to take a punt and say they're going to need it sent because
That's
they're
okay.
in Dorset.
Well, we're going to the news now
Dorset.
anyway. At 8 o'clock, we'll be straight back after the news with day 3 of the 6 Days trial.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM, this is Nevis Radio News.
From the Sky News Centre at 8, Pakistan's Prime Minister claims his country has every right to respond after 26 people were said to be killed in overnight missile strikes. India maintains a targeted terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-controlled Kashmir. Islamabad claims to have shot down 5 Indian fighter jets and a drone in response, though that's not been verified. Our Asia correspondent, Cordelia Lynch, says the situation is fragile.
This is a tense, worrying moment. You have a United States that has distractions elsewhere. Previously, the international community has waded in this decades-long conflict between India and Pakistan.
World leaders are urging restraint. Business Secretary Jonathan Reynolds says the UK stands ready to help with de-escalation.
I do know the Foreign Secretary's reached out to both partners, as have our American allies and other key partners, other key European allies as part of this. Sometimes what is required is a trusted channel of communication. That is for both parties to decide if that is the way forward. But they both do have that interest in de-escalation.
Judges will be given more powers to punish criminals in England and Wales who refuse to attend their sentencing. Those who fail to do so may lose privileges and be handed longer sentences. 2 people have been arrested after a man was stabbed to death at a bank in Derby. One of the suspects is being questioned on suspicion of murder. The formal process to elect a new pope gets underway later. 133 cardinals will gather in the Sistine Chapel to start multiple rounds of voting. The race is seen as wide open. A building society is launching a mortgage, enabling first-time buyers to put off making any repayments for the first 3 months. Skipton says it will give people breathing space to juggle extra costs. And Inter Milan are through to the Champions League final after beating Barcelona 4-3 after extra time in Italy, progressing 7-6 on aggregate. Arsenal, who play Paris Saint-Germain later, will hope to face them in the final. That's the latest. I'm Faye Rowlands.
This is day 3 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Shortbread.
Yes, you're having a little nibble there at the shortbread.
I was indeed. Yeah, they're really nice. Enjoy that. Breakfast.
Breakfast.
Tell you,
Suits
breakfast
you,
of
sir.
champions, it works for me.
Yeah, suits you, sir.
Exactly. 2 minutes past 8, we're just gone.
Does.
8:30. We'll have a look at some local news. Also thought today with David Cedric at 8:45.
Yep.
Got people coming in at 9 o'clock. We've got people coming in at 9:30 as far as I'm aware.
Yep.
And as I've got an interview which I did Sunday coming up very shortly as well.
Jolly good.
So, it is an exciting day. It's halfway through. People are more relaxed out there, I've noticed. Lots of selfies being taken today with little group photographs.
Yeah, 1 or 2
weird.
selfies with the old mobile phones, etc. I don't know what they call them now. Are they still called mobile
I think they're called
phones?
mobile phones, yeah. They're mobile phones which are mobile.
Yeah. There's a lot of that going on, and the cameras...
What else would you call it, John, if it's not a mobile phone?
I don't know, because they change these things from time to time. You know, mobile device or iPhone or not iPhone.
That's the brands. You're talking about brands.
No, I'm talking about tablets. That's what I'm thinking about. Tablets.
I've had mine.
Laptop's what I tend to work off. That's what I do all my online searching and writing and stuff like that. Yeah.
You don't hold it to your ear and have a phone call on it, do you?
No.
No.
I can speak to people on the laptop though. You can get calls.
Simon, help me.
WhatsApp and that.
I'm just going to let this run.
Simon, help me.
You know what?
What else do you call a mobile phone? I don't know.
You know what a technophobe I am. I'm slowly getting on top of it now. That's not too bad, you know.
So you put the wireless on in the morning, do you? Put the wireless on?
It comes on automatically to the local radio station where I live, and it gets switched off immediately. The local radio station has decided to go national now, and they're not having a local radio station anymore. It's strange.
That's the future of radio.
Oh, up in Inverness?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the future of radio, apparently.
Yes, it's going to be transmitted from somewhere down south, like in Englandshire, I believe, and yeah, it's gone are the days where you've got the local, well, I can mention names, Titch McCooey, right? Anybody who lives in Inverness, I've heard of Titch McCooey. He did a bit of rally driving and that, and I bump into him from time to time, and he was on the bikes at one time. He used to drive for Highland Haulage, and he used to get Titch in the morning. I just used to let it play, you know, and it was good crack. But I think having somebody doing it from down south, it takes away the local aspect, and that's why Nevis Radio is a bit different. It's broadcast from Fort William, and it's the community radio station, isn't it?
We do our best to keep it as local as we can, but at the same time make it as big as we can.
That's right.
And we're very excited to be expanding into Oban any week now.
When are we doing that, Si? When are we doing it? When are we going to go live?
I'm literally waiting on the people who own the mast to send me the keys.
Oh, is that what it is?
So it's locked up just now?
Yeah, you've got to do a lot of access and security clearance for these kind of things. You can't just go wandering in. So we've done all that, but I'm literally just waiting on the keys arriving so I can go and plug stuff in.
Yeah.
I know a good locksmith that could probably pick the lock.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I've just signed contracts.
Oh, of course. It's all legal. Got to keep it legal, haven't you?
Wandering in.
Have you noticed something that people who are actually watching in, There's been a bit of a change, hasn't there?
Is there?
Ah, and even John Weller hasn't noticed it.
I've noticed.
I've noticed.
Have you?
Yeah, you're about to tell us some facts because you've got your Trials Guru cap on.
Well, no, it was actually to announce the winner of the Trials Guru competition.
I'm going to put mine on as well at the same time.
It's all right,
Like
I'll do what they do at the Grand Prix. They sometimes do this at the Grand Prix when they win. They've got one cap on and then they go like that. Well, what I've done is I've put another cap
You
on
haven't got
top.
the wristwatch on those, have you?
No, I don't have a fancy wristwatch, no.
Wristwatch.
Wristwatch.
The wristwatch.
Try saying that in the
Are
morning.
you seriously telling me that's next time? I've got to get you guys wristwatches.
Yeah,
now.
we need it.
Mickey Mouse one for me.
Be nice, even a cup of tea and a bacon roll to do so.
Yeah, I think I'm getting some bacon roll later on.
No, we're slacking down. You've got to get it sorted, man.
Right.
Do you ever have toast in the morning?
A little bit of toast.
Yeah,
Street band.
Street
It's
band,
on there,
that's
yeah,
it.
we play that in a minute.
Street
We'll play
band
that next.
featuring Paul Young.
Yeah, it's a street band, and it's a
We're
little
not
bit of
playing a tune. We're going to do weather, and we've got an interview coming up.
Yeah, I know.
Because I know if I play a tune, you guys will keep talking.
I
and then we
know.
won't have
I'll
time.
tell you what, we did right.
Don't worry.
Competition, we've got the winner. That's sorted.
Yeah, that's it.
Today's competition question is.
Today's competition is, what is the name of the column that Bernie Schreiber writes for Trials Guru, and he has done for the last 3 years? I would think you'd have to have a look at Trials Guru for that.
I don't know. Maybe other search things are available.
That's why I've got the hat on. The Nevis
That's
Radio Blue.
why that is.
The
Get
hat
him
is
to go
on.
to your
He's
website for the
subtle.
answer.
He's very discreet, isn't he?
Yeah.
Very subtle.
You never.
So where would I find the answer, John?
You might find the answer on Trials Guru website.
Okay. Just check it.
Online.
Could they phone you up and ask you?
They could have.
Give out his phone number and his bank details.
www.trialsguru.net. That's how to find it, in case you didn't know. Not everybody knows that.
Right.
Well, we do now.
They do now.
There we go.
So we've got weather.
Yeah, we've got
Tune.
weather.
Weather tune, is it or not?
I was going to do weather, and then we're going to introduce his interview. Then I'll play a tune. How's
okay,
that?
let's do that.
Because
It's
that
a street band toast.
in fact, no. Do you know what? We can do a tune straight after that. Technical reasons why.
Right, okay.
We'll talk about that later.
Right.
Because there's got to be a little bit of coordination on this one.
Oh yes.
Between myself and Dan to make this work. Street band toast, you say?
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to load that in. After,
I did check it was on there yesterday. It's definitely on there.
We're going to come out this interview and back to you guys, and then we'll take it from there. But we'll do weather first.
Yeah.
And then we'll aye.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's your weather.
Today's weather on Nevis Radio, brought to you by Thistle Access.
A fairly chilly start for many, but temperatures will soon rise. It's going to be a lovely day with sunshine, which is going to be quite long periods. Highs generally above seasonal averages, in fact getting up to 20 degrees centigrade this afternoon. Tonight, dry with good clear spells for most, but cloudy around the northern coast and your fringes. Light winds, temperatures will fall quite quickly low and bring some frost for some come dawn. Your minimum overnight low across Loch Harbour, 0 degrees centigrade.
Thistle Access.
Put the wrong fader down, didn't I?
What happened there?
I put the wrong fader down. We're coordinating stuff. I put the wrong fader down. My bad. I'll hold my hand up for that.
So what are we doing now?
Right. So you did an interview on Sunday.
Yes.
So tell us a little bit about it.
Well, basically, blood bites that are in town, in the area. I spoke to them many, many years ago, just, I suppose, COVID time. And it's basically what they do is they take blood samples and medicines. They're not transfusion service by any means, which I didn't realise, all around Scotland. And they travel many thousands of miles. It's run by volunteers, but they need funding to run the bikes and everything like that. And they've got a team which works behind them. And Neil from the team gave me a catch-up and told me what it was all about.
Okay, right. So this is the first time we've done this because we've got recorded video and recorded audio and we need to sync the two together. So Dan, if you're ready, here we go.
Down at 6 Days Trial, it's the Sunday before the actual event gets started. I'm joined by a gentleman called Neil. How are you, Neil?
I'm very well, thank you.
And you're from the Highlands and Islands Blood Bikes.
That's correct, yes. We're based up in Inverness and we cover basically the whole of the Highland region from Wick right down to Fort William, down to Oban, and Oban actually cover the Kill Peninsula as well. But we cover right over to Skye on the west coast as well.
And is it a charity set-up? Is
It's
it
all
privately
charity.
funded? No?
It's all charity. It's all funded by the general public and any funding we've got from businesses and the likes as well. It's 100% voluntary led.
Yeah.
There's nobody actually paid for what we do. We all do it at our own time.
Okay.
This,
so who employs you then? Is that the right way of putting it? Who asks for your services? Is it hospitals? Is it?
It's the hospital is our main contracts with, our service level agreements with.
Right.
And they call us asking if we can take samples from A to B, basically.
Yeah.
So, like so today, we've got a run, which is our regular run up to Caithness General, but what we do is we do a relay there, so we get the driver or rider coming down from Caithness to Golspie.
Okay.
And we have a rider from Inverness go up to Golspie and do a relay that way to save the 3-hour journey each way.
Yeah.
And it's the same if we come down to Glasgow, we'll do a relay with other organisations. And I think the longest one we've had is from Birmingham up to Inverness.
Wow.
And that was flown up to start with, and then we met them and took the meds to the patient's house.
Right, and this is all emergency stuff, really, is it? Is that what you?
It's urgent.
Yes, urgent stuff.
So we're not.
So it might be for a planned operation or something, or.
It's not samples. It's not.
Not actually.
It's not organs or anything.
Right.
It's
It
not
is just
blood. It's just samples.
Samples
that
of
we're
blood.
taking, Yeah.
Okay. And how many of you in this organisation altogether?
At
up
the
in
moment,
the
we've got round about 100 volunteers.
Oh wow!
Throughout the whole area.
Yeah.
They could be controllers, and if it wasn't for the controllers, we wouldn't be able to continue the job. Basically, they keep us right.
Yeah.
They tell us where to go and what to pick up and things like that. We've got folk that just help out with the fundraising or raising awareness of the organisation as well. And we've got riders and drivers.
Okay.
So, but the riders have to have advanced rider qualifications.
Yep.
And it's just to make us safer on the road.
And is it the riders' own machines or the machines supplied to the riders?
We generally try and have, if we've got machines or vehicles available, then we try and encourage that.
Yeah.
But in some remote places, like so over in the Sky, it's usually folk have got their own vehicles and they get reimbursed for their fuel kind of thing.
Okay, and running costs and bits and pieces. And
So-
insurance, I guess, because you need a special insurance for it?
Well,
or?
you just notify the insurance that you're actually working for a charity
okay.
in a voluntary organisation, and then that covers you under your business cover.
I see you're up here with the collection bucket. What is that's fundamentally for? Is that to go
That's
into general
basically
funds?
the general running costs of the machines and the likes. Because we're doing roughly 110 to 120,000 miles a year.
Wow. Yeah.
So we go through tyres and servicing quite a lot.
Yeah.
And we have to keep our vehicles kind of in tip-top condition. We've got a fantastic fleet team. We keep the bikes mobile.
Yeah.
And, it's important that these are kept up to spec.
That's amazing. It's not big than I thought it was. 'Cause it's been going back to 2019, you said?
2019 is when we
That's when it
started up.
started.
And then, of course, when COVID kicked in, then that became, we played a very good part in helping, trying to get the medication to folk at that horrible time that we had.
If people want to get involved, they've got a few hours. I mean, do you have to sort of have a set amount of hours per week? How does it sort of work?
There's an onboarding system that we've got where you get a wee bit trained and all the information, and you're expected to do a certain amount of shifts in a 3-month period.
Yeah.
And then.
And I imagine there's like a trial period to see how you fit in and work with it.
It's just to try and find out that what you thought we are is what you're getting, because it costs quite a lot to put folk through this training.
Yeah.
We want to make sure we're getting the right folk
Right person,
to do it now. And initially it was, we were inundated with folk to start with, but now we need to get to more remote areas. So like I say, for William at the moment, we've only got one volunteer on the books.
Okay.
So this is one of the reasons we're coming down here today, is trying to raise awareness that we're available in this area. Wick and other outlying areas have got a smaller amount. Obviously, the biggest core is around Inverness.
Yeah.
We'll cover quite a big area.
And age restriction on it, as such?
No. Certainly not up there.
Upwards. But they're the people who've got more time, to be fair, and I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah. But they've got the experience, they've got the time.
Yeah. With regards to the riders, I think it's probably over 25 for insurance. I'm not too sure about that part.
All right.
A full licence and an advanced riding.
And male or female, I'm assuming, as well.
Aye, yeah.
And I'm guessing the majority will probably be male, knowing the way these sort of organisations work. Is that a fair comment?
Majority, but there are quite a lot of females in it. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
From the drivers and riders.
Yeah.
And certainly the controllers, so they keep us right. I'll not say which one, but.
And are you on call 24/7 when you're actually on call?
No, we tend to be from 7 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning to 7 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
But if a call comes in late afternoon to take meds from the pharmacy in Inverness to a patient's home, we are called upon to do that.
Okay.
So it could be out in Struntine, it could be over in Skye, it could be anywhere.
So could there be a fair bit of hanging around once you get to where you're going to wait for something to come back? Is that the way it's all
No,
works?
well, for the pharmacy, that's just the meds.
Right,
They've really been discharged from hospital, and they maybe haven't got their meds ready at the time or whatever, or they maybe need specialised meds. They will take that right to their door.
And if people want to sort of learn out more, have you got a website they can go to?
Yes, it is. There's highlandsandislandsbloodbanks.co.uk, so they can see, on there. We've also got a Facebook page which we keep up to date.
On the social medias. Which is a big thing.
Oh, aye.
Well, it is, isn't it?
I was tagging you in today, so hopefully that'll cover.
And are you around the rest of this week, or is it really just sort of today?
Just for today, because this was just a trial to see how today went. Because it's quite time-consuming, the attending, and it's difficult trying to get somebody for that period of time.
Absolutely.
So especially when you're giving up time for doing it.
It's been nice to hear a bit more about it and find out a bit more, because I know I spoke to somebody many, many years ago when it was just getting going. And they're saying, I think COVID hit and that did make a big difference. Yeah. But to hear it's still going, actually, I didn't realise that amount of people in the area were involved in it too, so that's amazing.
It's going from strength to strength, for the newest blood bank group, because it's a national organisation, and there's other groups throughout the whole of the UK. I think we're the youngest out of the whole lot.
Wow. So, amazing stuff.
Doing extremely well at the moment.
Well, a great cause, well done to everybody involved. And say it could make a difference to, you don't know who, do you?
Well, you don't know who, and it's great when you actually get feedback from a folk who have received meds that we've taken to them, and they've come along and seen us.
Made a difference to their lives and their families' life, and everybody else connected. Amazing, great cause. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Sponsored by Michelin and Gavin Cairns Rough Casting.
Who was that guy dressed in orange?
I don't know. He's got shorts on, isn't he?
He had shorts on that day, I'll tell you.
That was an interview with Neil from the Blood Bikes, and I was just winding up Mr. Weller here. When I run the T. Arnott Moffat Memorial Highland Road run at Inverness, we go round about the Loch Ness area, pop into Foyers for some lunch, and if we make any surplus from the riders with their entry fees, etc., it goes to the Highland Blood Bikes. And I'm involved a little bit. I help out with the motorcycle show at Ingleson, Scottish Motorcycle Show, and the Lowland Hall. We do the classics, and we always give the Blood Bikes a free stand in there. They come in with us, they bring a car. In fact, the car came down from Inverness. It was up getting liveried. Yep. So they had the template in Inverness for the car that they use now, the little cars, because when the weather's bad, they can't get out in the bikes. They'll still do the job using a car. So actually, I noticed yesterday, but didn't get a chance to speak to him, one of the Edinburgh blood bikers was up spectating, Campbell Chatham. He was up yesterday, I believe, but I didn't get a chance to speak to him, and he volunteers as a blood biker, and he goes all over the, well, round about the south of Edinburgh area and into the borders General, etc. But I know that they're in and out of Raigmore at Inverness, and their bikes all get serviced at Nessie Autos and just outside Inverness now. So it's a really good thing, and it's motorcycles put to a really, really good use.
Yep, and what they do is, I don't know you heard that, they try and not clock up too many miles on the bikes, so the bikes still have a value so they can sell them to get.
That's right, yeah, they trade them in.
But he said it's a tough one to do.
I think what they do is when the bikes are brand new, they go to the franchise dealers to get service, and then once they're over a certain age, the independent guys then service them because they're a little bit cheaper, I think.
Rider 165's over there, who's one of the leaders. Is it worth getting a quick chat with him, do you think?
165.
Got the yellow plate on?
Yeah, where is he?
He's right in front of us. Just get his rucksack on.
Right, I'll try and catch him.
All right. So I'm doing a spur at the moment. I know
yeah, because he must be getting ready to. Number one. Oh, no, not too bad. I might be able to grab him. Yeah. Any chance of a quick word? It's Harry Hemingway, one of two leaders we have here, rider 165 on the factory beta. Harry, how are you getting on? How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, quite good really. I mean, it's always nice to have the yellow board, so but that it doesn't mean anything this early in the week. We're still only on Wednesday, so yeah, if we can just keep going as we are, section by section, and hopefully keep our feet up, and we should have a good week.
Now, is this the third time you've ridden, or a second time?
Yeah, third time. First time on the 300, which is definitely a lot. It's a lot easier than the last couple of years. But no, like it's the best week of the year. So whatever bike you're on, it's still a good week, isn't it?
And you've got somebody pushing you as well now. You've got your younger brother in this year, haven't you?
Yeah. Not just here, but also in the World Championship. George is now, he's with me in all the classes. Yeah, he had a good day yesterday. I think he went clean as well, so he's definitely riding well, and got to be careful, haven't we?
And you've got your Uncle Ben looking after you.
Yeah, Uncle Ben and Dad and Brad riding around with us. There's a good group of us, so yeah, they've done a few Scottishes, so they know where they're going and what to do. So yeah, it's definitely a real big help.
And you've got your gran and granddad up watching as well, yeah?
Yeah, they're in the support van, going around with my mum. So yeah, it's a real family week, really.
Great. Is George about?
He is. He's just behind you.
Oh, so he is. Hi, George. Morning. George Hemingway, this is your first Scottish. Are you on 125?
Yeah, on a 125. So I've got my old plate on, and it looks pretty cool.
Brilliant. Now, obviously, you've got an old hand looking after you, keeping you right, your Uncle Ben.
Yeah, we've definitely got a lot of experience, to say the least. Yeah, exactly.
I just realised your dad's riding as well. I thought he was just going round support. I didn't know they was both here. So anyway, best of luck during the week, George.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Now, Dan, Ben, two brothers, come from a famous family. Your dad, C. John Hemingway, rode many, many times in Scottish 6 days, got some really good results. Not quite won it. You came close. Well, you came close. Ben was closer. You still enjoy the Scottish riding yourself?
Can't not do when it's weather like this, can you, John? It's lovely. It's absolutely gorgeous up here. So, and we're having it's nice that we're all four riding together. So, no, really enjoying it. Actually enjoyed my day yesterday, but enjoying watching the lads and seeing them, riding so well. So it's nice.
I wonder if there's been 4 members of the family ridden at one time. I don't know. Would there be?
Good question, that, John. I don't know, because there's obviously Doug and Fraser and Alfie, and then so really you've got 7 family members, haven't we?
Well, I know that the 3 Lampkin brothers would have ridden together. That's Arthur, Sid and Martin would have ridden around about the same time. But I don't know if they rode in all the same years, because Martin was a good bit younger, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yeah. So I don't know if they, like you say, I don't know whether Arthur rode with Sid and Matt. I think Sid and Matt will have definitely ridden together, but I'm not sure if Arthur will have done.
It'd been a crossover, yeah. I would have said that possibly a crossover year with them all 3. But like Dan said, Doug Lampkin, he's also our cousin as well. So it's a big family effort this year.
Huge.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, but we'll have to look into that. I'll have to go back all the records now when I go home and try and disprove or prove it. So you've maybe set a new record.
Yeah, maybe so, yeah. So instead of winning it as a record, we've done it for the most family members.
It might not last long, the way our bodies are feeling, but... yeah.
Where is the Guinness Book of Record, guys, when you really need them? But anyway, have a good time. It's great to see you're still doing a bit, because you guys, well, you're younger than me, but you're clocking on a bit now. What age are you now, Dan?
Yeah, 50 this time, so we're just working it out. I think it'll be my 30th year next year. I'm not going to try and do Nigel's record of 54 or whatever he's at, 52. Not a chance. No, he's welcome to that one. But yeah, I'll do 30, I think, and then I'll hang the boots up and watch the boys.
Great. Well, anyway, have a good day, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dan. Dan and Ben Hemingway have ridden many, many times, you've heard. Ben's come really close to winning this trial, but his cousin Dougie Lampkin kind of pipped him out of it a few times, I think. And now we've got the next generation of Hemingways, George and Harry, keeping up family traditions. So that's like grandfather, father and grandsons that have ridden this event, which is actually incredible. But it's happened a few times. But it's interesting, that's 4 members of the one family riding together.
It's amazing.
It's great, isn't it?
That's a great family
photo. Off the top of my head, I can't remember as many members of one family riding like that before. There's fathers and sons, fathers and daughters. It'll get to the stage when mothers and daughters will probably come along into the thing. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
You're going to be going through the history books now, aren't you? Just checking it out.
Yeah,
I know what you're going to be like.
There's not an easy way to find that, but it's when you look at results and stuff, you can sometimes pick up on that. But of course, the downside is, of course, that some people have got similar family names, same spelling, etc. But yeah, the Hemingways certainly maybe have set a record for the Scottish 6 days trial. It'd be great to see them all finish, of course, and of course this is a 6 days trial, so you've got to wait till Saturday. But that would be something different, really, if all 4 Hemingways get round.
Would you like to have done it with one of your boys? Because I mean, it must put more pressure on you when you're competing yourself as well as looking after the younger person. But it's something that you'd like to have done.
Well, yes, but the thing is, I mean, I didn't get married till I was 27, and I can't remember what age I was when. Oh, I think it was 32 or 31 when the first boy came along. I rode the Scottish once. I was at uni, didn't have a lot of money to myself. Dad wouldn't sort of just throw money at me to do it. And by the time I had sufficient funds to do it without really thinking about it, I realised that the boat had sailed and I hadn't kept up the fitness. A lot of my mates, like Graham Smith and Roy Kerr, Davy Mowat and them, they all, when they did it first of all, they kept doing it, and that's the secret. I did it once, I should have done it a few more times after that.
So we talk about bike fit, don't we? The body's got to be able to absorb the lumps, the bumps and the...
That's right, you've got to be on the bike all the time and riding nationals to keep yourself fit. And by the time my sons were able to ride the trial, I was probably in my late 40s, I think. And by then, I know there was other guys in our club like Gordy Murray, who was the same age as me, kept going and doing it. But to pick it back up again, I've noticed pretty good riders who have attempted that, and oh yeah, I'm going to take my boy round, and quite honestly the boys got round quite ably and the father struggled, and the boy's waiting on the father at the sections because he struggled his way through. Even quite competent riders in their day have fallen foul of the, oh, I'd like to go round with my boy. I actually take the view, let them do their trial. I don't ride the trial for Stephen. I can hardly watch them riding some of the sections, but I'm now at the stage where my heart's in my mouth with my grandson now, because he's got a little Ossett and he's beginning to fly about.
I was going to say, he's got the balance already, and he's amazing.
Well, he's not 3 yet.
I know.
He's not 3 till next month, and he's just taken to the thing, and we took the footrests off because he was used to a balance bike. Then we put the footrest back on. Yeah, we was round the back of the garden on his little balance bike, and I said, put your foot up on the edge of that, and he got on quite hard. And do you want to try it on your big motorbike? Yeah. So he's on his bike, and within a few seconds he had his feet up, and now we've got him to stand up. And the trick back in the day to get riders to stand up, especially in motocross, it's actually good to stand up, a bit like a trials rider. Vic Allen, what he used to do at the training courses when the motocross bikes was, he got the spanners out, unbolted the seat and took the seat off and said, you've got to stand up, because if they sat down, they sat in the frame, it was pretty uncomfortable. But with the type of bikes now, they've not really got a seat. But no, he was shouting to me the other day, he says, look, Grandad, I'm standing up. And he's getting there. A little bit, you know, bend of the legs. He needs to stand properly up, but he's getting there, and it takes a wee bit of time. But we're really proud of him because he's come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of weeks. And the speed that he's going on, I'm thinking, oh my God, he's got a crash. No, he just leans it into the corner, away he goes again, up the steep bank, and he actually picks it up. He slows down before he goes up the hill. You think, he's never got to make it, Zip, right out the top, great. Turns it about, launches himself off the thing, and away he goes. So it's good to see.
Has he got a sponsorship deal yet? Has he signed up to anybody?
Nah, not yet. I'm sure it'll come. But no, my attitude is, I mean, we've spoken to the Hemingways there. They're doing the World Championships. I mean, if Stevie wants to take up riding bikes and trials, I'd encourage it. But it's just a case of let him enjoy it and let him do his own thing. And that's what it's all about. As a family, we've always been keen on trials, but doesn't matter what level we're at, as long as we're enjoying it and getting fun out of the bike, because that's what it's all about. And the late Don Smith, he predicted many years ago, back in the 70s, he thought that trials would actually evolve into a family sport where the mum, the dad and the kids would all have a bike and go riding together on a social sort of basis. I know we're all very competitive, and I was once accused of being a social rider, and I said, so what? It's what I do. I've always done it, and I still do it. I haven't been riding in trials so much in the last 2 years, but I'm planning on doing a few more club trials because I've got plenty of bikes to do it on, so I've got the choice, and probably do it on the 4-stroke Montesa. So that's how it works for us, and it doesn't matter if you're good or bad at it. It's if you enjoy it.
Taking part and enjoying
That's what it's about. Take part.
We've got some images coming right now, and that's obviously in the pit area behind us somewhere, but they're obviously using compressed air to clean the engine off.
Yeah.
And that's the air filter at the back of the...
Yeah, the air filter is just under the seat. That's on the Beta. The air filter's there. He's just doing up the screws. He's replaced the air filter element on the bike.
Is that just a foam filter?
Yeah, a foam filter. Yeah. And that's just been put in because obviously the bike needs to have fresh air going in at all times. There's still the airbox. They draw the air in through the carburetors on the Beta. And He's just giving it a bit blow with an airline there just to take some of the muck off it. So we're actually showing the working area, not in the actually Parc Ferme, but actually in the service area of Beta at the moment. And yeah, air filter's been done, just doing a general check over the bike, cleaning things off, and just making sure it's right.
Well, do you know what? It's 8:30 on your Wednesday, which means it must be time for your local news here on News Radio.
It is. However, just to make this work, I'm going to do what news, play a song, and then come back after some ads. Would that be okay?
Perfect.
Right, we can do that. Here's your local news.
From 96.6 to 102.4 FM, this is Nevis Radio News.
On Wednesday, the 7th of May. An inquiry into the deaths of 3 climbers in Glencoe is due to be held in August. Dave Fowler, Graham Cox and Hazel Crombie died after falling from Annacheg Ridge in Glencoe in August of 2023. The 3 climbers have been reported to the Glencoe Mountain Rescue Team volunteers. Sheriff Neil Wilson had told the hearing that he expected the inquiry to be held on August the 18th and 19th at Fort William Sheriff Court. A further preliminary hearing is due to be held on June 9th. Graham Cox had travelled from Southport in England to traverse the ridge. Climbing along the ridge, which is Gaelic for Notched Ridge, covers 10 kilometres and includes 2 Munros, Meolderg and also Scornam Fiendich. It shrinks to 3 metres at its narrowest and stands at an elevation of 968 metres at its highest point. Mr Fowler was a mountaineering expert based in Fort William and worked with West Coast Mountain Guides and offered guided traverses across Scotland's trickiest terrain. He was working when the accident unfolded. In tributes on social media, he was described as a mountain hero and an inspiration to those in the hiking and climbing community. Graham Cox had travelled from Southport in England to traverse the ridge. In a statement to the Liverpool Echo, his family said that Graham Cox was a much-loved husband, father and son and brother, and remembered by all of his kindest and loveliest man. The family is devastated by its loss. Hazel Crombie, also a clean climber from Doon, was described as much loved. Her loved ones asked for donations to be made to Glencoe Mountain Rescue Team in her memory. Also today, there are wards closed in Belford Hospital due to norovirus. The hospital have closed both wards due to this. Restricted visiting is also in place, but please contact the staff on the ward if you feel a visit is necessary and they'll be able to advise further. We would also like to ask if you or someone you live with has symptoms of diarrhoea and or vomiting, that you refrain from visiting the health or social care setting until clear for at least 48 hours. There you go, that's all we have for you today. We have some national news for you within the hour.
Back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet. But to last long as well, it's ideal, really.
hold on with some style. Our Highland religion drip fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Caman man.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
Yeah. 13 degrees according to the telemetry.
It is? The telemetry?
Yeah.
My goodness.
7th of May, third day of the Scottish 6 days, 2025. Day 3.
Wow. A very happy place down here. I mean, there's people fetting, there's people talking, there's people laughing. It's nice.
Well, the weather kind of makes any event, doesn't it? If it's nice and sunny, then people sort of smile along with it. So you get a lot of smiley faces just now. I don't know what the long-range weather for Comerford is, but I hope it's going to keep like this.
It's getting very warm today.
And for the spectators, that many of them come up from down south, and many of them come from overseas to see the Scottish 6 days. And of course, the good thing is, if they can't come now, they can listen live and watch live and all these fancy things that we've developed over the last 20 years, yeah?
Yeah, man, he was talking about mobile phone.
Yeah, that's right.
We learned a lot today.
Brilliant.
I think that the weather today is cloudy with a hint of bacon.
Oh, what?
A hint of bacon.
Bacon?
Oh, bacon?
Oh, yeah. When?
No. I've got to say thank you to the crew down the Belfast Hospital and the canteen for sorting out the bacon roll.
Oh, look at that.
Jack and Joyce, they've done a banging bacon roll, I must say.
Please don't encourage me. We've had no arrangements for breakfast down here all week. We're actually starting to moan, aren't we? We're just talking about this.
You've got a bag of stuff.
Yeah, but it's not bacon.
It's caramel biscuits.
And then they've eaten all the caramel ones.
Well,
I've got time for a quick look at the results before we sort of go.
I think we can. Is that okay? Yeah. And then we'll be on to thought for the day, I think. Well, we've actually just interviewed the gentleman who's leading at the moment, or one of the leaders, and that's Harry Hemingway, number 165 on the factory beta. He's not lost any marks as yet, as has Adam Raga on the Sherco, the Adam Raga replica bike, number 183. He's making a return after 25 years being away doing World Championships. He's on no marks lost. Jack Peace on the Sherco, number 79, on 2 marks lost in third place. Jack Dance in fourth position, number 237 also. Oh, he's on, where are we now? He's go 5. He's 4 marks lost. Fifth position, he's a little bit here. James Dado in fifth position. On 4 marks lost, number 34 on the Rev Shed Scorpa. Billy Green on the Scorpa in 6th position, number rider 130, he's on 4, as is Harry Turner on the Sherco 187, 7th position on 4. Dougie Lampkin's pulled his socks up. He's only lost 1 mark yesterday by the looks of it on 7 marks. He's in 8th position on number 221 on the Vertigo 300. George Hemingway, Harry's younger brother, who's riding on elk plates, riding on a 125 beta, I would imagine. Rider 163 there on 7. And in 10th position, Richmond rider on the Vertigo, sponsored by Cameo Moto, Richard Sadler 276 on 7 marks lost. So that's the top 10 of the Scottish 6 Days 2025 as we go into the middle of the... scrambles or trials and motocross in Arthur's terminology because he rode abroad. Tony Bow, difference between Tony Bow and Dougie Lampkin. They're not going to like me saying this. Tony's never won or even ridden the Scottish 6 Days trial yet. I know he's got multiple, something like 30 world titles, but for me, I respect Dougie Lampkin more than I respect Tony Bow. He's never been here. I know it's difficult for a world champion to win the Scottish 6 Days when they're concentrating on world championships, and Dougie Lampkin always said he would return to the Scottish once he'd finished with the World Series, and true to his word, he did that, and he came back and he won quite a few times after his world championships were passed. But with Tony Bow, I think it's about time you came to Scotland, son.
Oh, there you go, it's a challenge.
Absolutely. We all want to see him. We want to see him here. And
it's
I
nice
know
to get these figures into the...
Well, I know it's all down to contracts, and I know that Monteza haven't sent their lorry over this year because it's a very, very expensive operation, but hey, come on, let's give it a go. Let's give the fans something to look at and sell some motorbikes, because I'm damn sure there's more motorbikes that are being sold as a result of the Scottish 6 Days than there in the World Championships.
There you go. A challenge being thrown down on live on...
Absolutely. A serious one, but an honest one.
I get what you're saying. I do get it. It's a serious comment. So, Mr. David Sedgwick, how are you this morning?
I'm good this morning, actually, John.
Are you going to ride the old 6 days next year, you reckon? Going to give it a go?
No. At 71, I don't think that's going to be a goer for me, actually. I'm quite happy on the push bike. Thank you very much.
I'm going to say you do better than that than I can do. So we'll go for that. But no, great to have you with us, Thought for the Day. And I haven't really sort of thanked you and your team for the Thought for the Day, because I mean you do it each and every week here on Never Trade. It's fabulous.
You do it regularly, John, and we're really grateful, and it's great if we just have a wee slot just to give people something to think about and during the day, and it's great that we have so many different people that actually do it as well, which is brilliant.
I can see a diversity of backgrounds and religions and churches and everything like that, because it's you and Morag sort of pull it together and coordinate it, isn't it?
Exactly.
Morag Muirhead.
Exactly, but we couldn't do it without these people volunteering, and it's great to have that.
Absolutely, it's always welcome as well. Yep. Look at you there, sunshine, almost sort of shadowing you in our picture. Almost like a silhouette.
Oh, boys, that's great. And it's great to hear about Archie. Actually, Archie Patterson is such a hero in Lochaber. He's a hero to me, and in Rwanda and in Palestine, because he always gives me a load of shortbread to take with me. I feel like a shortbread salesman travelling back to Rwanda and Palestine with what he gives me, and they all absolutely love it. Have you got the shortbread, Dr. S? Have you got the shortbread?
It travels well, doesn't it?
It does, absolutely. Yep.
Can you get it on prescription?
Oh, I wish you could. That'd be good.
I think there'll be one or two gastroenterologists and dietitians that would probably give us a bit of
Don't talk to me about dietitians, Mr. Sedgwick. Don't talk to me about dietitians.
I know. Oh, John, yes, it is a challenge. It is a challenge. Absolutely. Yep.
Over to you then.
Okay. Good morning, John, Simon, and to all the listeners. It's great to be with you during this week to share some thoughts for the day for you to chew over. This week, I want us to think about community, what describes it, and how we can make a difference. Yesterday, I spoke about the way that you and I can make a difference in the environment, even if it is only in a small way. In recent times, there's been a drift to individualism, people just looking after themselves, rather than living in and caring for community. We've been created to live with others in community. We need to take care of one another, and particularly those that are struggling, external difficulties and internal pressures. Paul, writing in a letter to the church in Galatia, said, "Bear one another's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ." That's the sort of community that we want, and I think the world is hungry for it. So the question I ask you today is, what are you living for, and what are you looking to achieve for yourself or for your community? Is it something that is real and will bring you peace and joy? I came across this story told by Fred Craddock, an American preacher who talked of his uncle who rescued a greyhound dog from the racetrack. When their racing days are over, these dogs are usually put to death unless people adopt them as pets. These dogs make wonderful pets. Fred said, "I visited my uncle one day and there was the dog that he'd just adopted, lying in the middle of the floor playing with his kids. The kids were rolling around on the floor, hugging the dog was licking their faces, and they were all having a grand time. That said, I looked at that dog and I said, "Dog, how come you're not racing anymore? Have you gotten too old?" The dog answered, "Nope, I'm still a pretty young dog. I'm still young enough to race." So Fred said, "Dog, you weren't winning races. Maybe you weren't winning races anymore. Is that why you're not racing?" "Nope," said the dog. "I can still win races. I'm faster than most of the dogs out there at the track. I was winning right up until I stopped racing." "Well, maybe you weren't making enough money for your master," Fred said. "Oh no," said the dog. "I was making a lot of money for my master." "Then why did you stop racing?" asked Fred, and the dog responded, "Because one day I realized that the rabbit I was chasing wasn't real." Sadly, that's true for many people in this world. They're chasing rabbits that aren't real. But unlike that make-believe dog, they don't realize that their rabbits aren't real. Make sure that what you're living for is real and is going to build a better community. That's the sort of community Jesus came to establish when he talked about building his kingdom here on earth. Sidney Youngblood wrote a song, "If Only I Could," in 1989 with the opening lyrics, "Everybody all around the world, stand up, all my brothers, joining our hands. United we are stronger, fighting for peace, caring about our loved ones, trusting ourselves. If only I could make this world a better place. If only I could make this world a better place." Thank you for listening.
with some style. Our Highland religion drip-fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Cammon man.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
We are indeed. We're at the my earphones are falling out. Right, getting back in. Right, yeah, just talking about people around and what's coming up the rest of the morning, weren't we?
Sorry, my headphones have gone crooked.
No, so we're talking about what's coming up this morning. You've been talking to one of
the... we're going to get John Lampkin of Beta UK in with one of the factory-style Betas. It's not a brand new bike, it's a year old, but it's one of the Hemingway's 2024 bikes that's actually up for sale here in the Parc Ferme. So we'll be having him at 10 o'clock. And I actually bumped into Sid Lampkin, Alan Lampkin, who's waiting. And I said, now, we've got 4 Hemingways. Was there ever 4 Lampkins? And he sort of looked at me. I said, did you 3 brothers ever ride together? Yes, he said, I've got a picture of it. And then it suddenly came to my mind, 1967, all the Lampkin brothers, that's Arthur, Alan and Martin, were on factory C15 BSAs. And that was Martin's first Scottish 6 days trial up here. And the bikes all exist. They all still exist. But Martin's bike was registered in Yorkshire, but it was a factory bike because Arthur Lampkin at one time had a motorcycle dealership and a BSA agent. So yeah, I've seen the pictures of that, the bright yellow fuel tanks, and they were starting the trial then back in Edinburgh at Gorgie Market, and they all had their picture taken. So the Lampkins, definitely, they've had 3 brothers riding the same event. They didn't win it that year. I'm trying to think who won it in '67. It could have been Sammy Miller actually, but anyway, we'll check that later. But 3 riders from the same family, but today we've got 4 chaps leaving the Parc Ferme, the Hemingways. That's the father of Harry and George, and their uncle Ben Hemingway, and of course they're related to the Lampkins through the Hemingways, i.e. Isabel Lampkin was a Hemingway before she married the late H. Martin Lampkin.
I can't keep up with all this. It gets very confusing, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Can be wrong sometimes, but I stand to be corrected when appropriate.
You're wrong.
Yeah?
Am I still head of music today?
Yes, you've been reinstalled as head of music with Nevis Radio.
Thank you, it's nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, I lost my career.
That was a mistake. Yeah.
5 minutes, it's terrible.
My mistake. I apologise profusely on air.
My pay got stopped for about 5 minutes.
Yeah,
it's not good.
It did actually.
Yeah, right, pay. Nevis Radio, we've got our studios back there. Simon Abley's in there, working hard away behind the scenes.
Oh, I'm doing something.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, we've got a camera on me right now, but I've got these, they're like chocolate-covered fingers in white chocolate.
Oh, yeah.
No, we're looking at a bike.
No, I'm looking at that. No, I'm looking at that.
Swapped over. For those that are watching, anyway.
I think they've been called snowy fingers in the past, but these are sort of spring coming onto summer fingers.
Oh, no. You can't confuse the two, right? Because the snowy ones, they've got white chocolate on top and they've got milk chocolate at the bottom. You only get them near Christmas. You get the white ones and you get the milk chocolate ones, but you only get the one that's combined near Christmas.
Yeah, that very crunchy.
See that? Technical stuff again?
Yeah.
He's a chocolate connoisseur when it comes to the old fingers.
Jolly good.
We've got David Dignan coming very shortly. We'll have a catch up with him, see what's happening today and how things are going behind the scenes as well. He's the head of man, clerk of the course right now.
Yeah.
Well, right now, unless he's been replaced overnight. Have you
Actually,
replaced him?
when you have a chat with him, I've been sent a little note here just to sort of put it out there. Obviously, bikes are going up Rakentor Hill today. Just to sort of bear that in mind for anyone in and around the area. They are going up there, so please bear that in mind. And also to remind the bikers really to just slow it down a bit. There is a school up there, so there is speed limits applied as well.
It's not a road that you would tend to go too quickly on a trials bike in the morning, because they've got plenty of time to get over the hills to Callart. That's where they're going up through the small village of Balmerfolchik, aren't they? So you're climbing up the hill, so I would hope they wouldn't be exceeding the speed limit at all. In fact, I was following some of the bikes yesterday along the A830, and I mean, I've got a speedometer in the van, obviously you've got to have them, and I was clocking them at about 40 miles an hour and a 60 mile an hour limit. They're not, these bikes are not road bikes as such, they're not built for speed. So they've not got a high cruising speed anyway. You're pushing them on if you're doing 60 mile an hour even, so that's it. But yeah, just keep vigilant, because obviously the bikes are out and about today. The weather's good, which is a good thing, and that's where they're making off to today, because that takes them over the Mamore Road to Kinlochleven.
Well, we're going to sort of move a bit. Have you got a quick ad break we could do for a couple of minutes?
Sorry, what? I was busy
sorry,
coughing.
David Diggs just coming in. We've just got to move the cameras and the seats. Have you got a quick ad break we could do for a couple of minutes?
I don't. Would you like to play a tune?
Yep, play a tune for Mr. Moffat, quickly.
Oh,
quick decision. Hang on, that's right, we'll do it. That's right, it's coming in. We'll move. That's right, we'll do it live. We're going to move chairs.
We'll just do it live. It's fine.
We're just going to move. Right, cameras off us. Right, we're going to move chairs.
It's all good. It's coming about 9 o'clock. You're listening to Nevis Radio right here. If you want to get in touch with us, you can get us on WhatsApp 01397 706 100. You can phone us on the same number. That's 01397 706 100. Email the studio at studio@nevisradio.co.uk. You can also get us on Facebook at Nevis Radio Official, or you can watch our feed direct on YouTube for free. Just look up Nevis Radio or look for Nevis Radio Official, which is our channel there. And give it a wee like and a subscribe while you're at it. And you can watch things like David Dignan, the clerk of course, being interviewed literally any minute now.
You see, it is live, it is exclusive. And it is clerk of the course, David Dignan, on a Wednesday morning. A very good morning.
Morning, John. How are you?
Are you on? No, you're not.
Is that better?
That's better. Now we can hear you.
Yep. Good morning,
now
everybody. Yep. Okay.
How are you?
Just grand. It's another day in the Grand Le Havre, and yeah, day 3.
It seems very relaxed around here.
Yeah, it's fine. We have to take it as it comes.
Yeah.
There's no point in panicking about these things.
You said that before. Once it all starts, what's the point?
Well, look, you've got to take every situation as it comes. You got to handle it, take the facts, and deal with it.
Yeah.
And so if you get kind of overexcited about it or knee-jerk reaction to it, then that you don't quite then make you make. I think you make the wrong decision for the right reason.
Yeah.
I think that's a kind of way. That's a kind of stress-related type of approach, as we'll call it. So, yeah.
How do you deal with crises? Are you a sort of spur of the moment? Do you sort of, or do you just say, okay, let's just think about this and talk about the best remedy for it?
There's nothing like a nice soft question to get into, John. I says, come on.
We've known each other for a long time. No, but I mean, I've thought, okay, how do we do this? Well, I mean, I'd probably think it through a bit, but some people, you've got to do a quick decision.
No, look, I've just spent the last half an hour in next door dealing with 3 or 4 situations.
Okay, yeah.
And they're not crises, they're not dramas,
no.
They're situations where, where you have to take the facts, you deal with them, and taking a minute or taking 10 minutes, will not change whatever has happened or what will happen. Obviously, within life, so you take a paramedic when they arrive, they're the most calculated, calm people. They follow a procedure. And the rest of them are panicking. And I guess that's a kind of an approach that I would like, and I always try and take.
Yeah. And then obviously go to the team and sort of work out the best way forward, whatever it's going to deal with.
Well, look, I mean...
You always say it's just not you. Although you're the figurehead right here this week, there's a big team behind you.
Well, the responsibility lies firmly... the way this structure works, unfortunately, whatever, that way the structure works is that the clerk of the course takes responsibility once the trial starts and until it's finished. Yeah. And under that, then, you know, I have a duty of care for everybody. So... as long as we, and I say to Kirsten when we're looking at things, if we do due process, we think about it, we talk about it, and we come up with whether it's a solution, whether it's whatever it is, we come up with it, and we're happy that we've thought of, you know, and our answers in front of us as such.
And as clerk of the course, do you get elected? Do you get nominated? How does this sort of structure work within the organisation? Is that a strange question? I mean, it's not normally a natural progression, I'm assuming. It's got a job. One, you were going to do it, or you have the desire to do it, I guess. And somebody's got to trust that you are able to do it.
Well, you've got the desire. You kind of serve your apprenticeship, as I would call it. You know.
I mean, you've gone right through from everything, haven't you?
Yeah. So look, I started, been involved in it from riding in 1987, really. So you know, I have a long sort of track record, as we'll call it, and you gain your knowledge, you get whatever it is. Yeah. But then you have an aptitude of putting something on the table. And I've always said, putting the sections out is the easy part of it, or should be the easy part of it. It's all the peripherals, it's all the stuff that goes around it. Yeah. So, and go back to your original question. You're giving me some real good ones this morning. I'm tired and I'm having to think really. It's like, come on. But no, we have a kind of reasonable concession, plan in there. The deputy is not normally the sort of succeeded. I was deputy for a good number of years, to Jeff Horn, and Jeff Horn was deputy to Marc, and vice versa. Yeah. So we try and work it in that way, that you're not thrust into something that you can or cannot do. Okay. So there, and Lee Bremner is the current deputy at the moment, who works with the crews setting out, and then he has a team underneath, again from him.
And don't take it the wrong way, but is there a time span from when you sort of stop doing it? It's very hard to put what I'm trying to put in words, but some organisations say, right, you can do this for 5 years, and then we sort of change it, so it does get mixed up. But it's sort of just how the organisation's feeling?
I mean, I've always said when I took over as such, I mean, Marc did it for 10 years, Jeff did it for 10 years. I wasn't doing it for 10 years. I am not doing it for 10 years.
You say that?
No, look, absolutely not. I've thrown it out there that 5 years is a reasonable sort of. By the time you come in, put what your ideas are in place, because we get one. It's like once a year. It's not as if you're getting if you take over a set, normal club, as we'll call it, trials club. You have the chance of, 10, 20, maybe less than that times a year. So you can implement what your ideas are. With the Scottish 6 days, you get once a year, and it comes at you very quick, type of thing. So, and change in the Scottish 6 day environment, and I say that in a real broad sense. Even I mean, I just look out here just now, and we have all our bikes parked, right? And we've been doing it. I talked about tradition yesterday, right? And I have one of our marshals, Gary Matthew, who looks after the machine examiner, and he's been trying to reorganise the bikes. You would think that was a simple thing to do. Well, not. So it is steeped in tradition. It is steeped in what people are used to and are familiar with.
Yeah. But sometimes changes are good.
Well, if you stand still, if you do nothing, you're standing still, in my book.
Yeah.
Okay? And as I've said a few times, always try something. And I would have always had a reason to change or look at it.
Yeah, you don't try it, you don't know. You've got to try these things, as you say.
Exactly.
Try things.
So yesterday, going back on, we had a really good day yesterday.
Yep.
We tried I tried something slightly different, in a sense, to alleviate some pressures elsewhere on ground. We had what was a real traditional I've got a big smile there from Dougie Lampkin. He's obviously had not a bad day, and he's kind of looking reasonably fit after a 12-mile moor, you know. So yesterday we did a real, you know, what would have been a traditional moor crossing from back on many years. It was 12 miles long. That's quite unheard of now, and that's thanks to Achnacari Estate, Ashley Cameron, who again gave us permission to park in the estate grounds, which, from what I seen yesterday, it was absolutely packed solid, and thank you very much for that. We had a couple of wee hiccups with support vans rally crossing in and out, but apart from that, it worked really well, and it gave the spectators a chance to go into the lunch stop, Arcade on one side, White Bridge sections, new group on this, and they were put in for that reason. Okay, for spectators to come up on that. So yesterday I was really pleased, and I'm just going to finish it because Drumsally Road End was another, you know, problem area, hot spot. That worked really well yesterday. Apologies to Bowman's truck, who I believe was trying to get in with a oversized load. Unfortunately, we had somebody park in their turning circle or that, so give me a phone if I need to speak to somebody on that one.
What's going to happen? I mean, you know, it is out with your control at that point, where people park. I mean, you try and urge people to sort of be respectful and not block places, but you can't be policing that yourself. You can't. It's impossible.
Look, so we have 3 bikes, police bikes out there, and they are 3 veterans as far as Scottish 6 days go, you know, and there's a vast knowledge and experience there, and I know hand on heart that they look after certain areas for us. Without them, I would be getting my jotters from them, to be fair, right? I'd be getting you and Calderon giving me, you know. So they play, for me, an absolute vital part in the day-to-day running. Okay, and yesterday, Witches Burn, you know, the single track road up into Arcade, and then over at Drumsally Road End. So for me, I really, the event would struggle without that.
And do that, I mean, I'm assuming they see all the routes and what you're planning in advance, and do they sort of give you input before the race itself?
So, and in answer to your question, yes, of course they do. So Highland Council form a now Teams meeting, as we'll call it. So we do Teams meeting, you know, from, I think we normally start in January. We, depending on how many events are on. The year before, we started in December and kept going every month. So we share, you know, there's a lot of sharing of knowledge, or sort of information on maps as soon as I can get them over to them. The police, again, with Highland Council, we have with Bear Scotland, Trafford Scotland, you know, we have all the agencies there who have our information to try and look at it and see what impact, if any impact, is going to happen on the day-to-day lives in Le Havre.
And I think we said just that it can change, obviously, weather-wise, and not, you know, on the day itself, that could just change dramatically to alter it.
Yeah, of course. And it goes back to what you were just saying there. You've got to take every situation as it arises and deal with it. But yeah, no, look, I you know, last night I was sitting in the results office with our results manager, Fergus, you know, and we were about 9, 10, and a half, 9, even that, and thinking, okay, this is all right, type of thing. Credit to the electronic score system.
Is that working well now?
Well, absolutely. We don't give it enough, you know, credit into that, and you know, I've personally seen it a long time ago. I first came across it in Santagosa in Spain, which was the 3-day trial run by the Abidas Club, which actually started as a, I'm not sure what you would call it, but it started by the Montesa family in 74. Maybe John will correct me on that one. Anyway, it started there as a kind of spin-off of the Scottish 6-day trials. So they put it to a 3-day. And we have a very good relationship with them. But yeah, so they were there. Lost my train of thought. What was that?
We're just talking about the timing and the fact it's coming in.
Kind of stuff on that.
The electronics, and last year
and they come across.
Working.
Yeah, they started it with tablets and you know, registering sections. So it came into the UK a while back by the ACU, and we still use that. I say we, that is the base of our system.
Yeah.
Is the ECU tablet there? Fergus has then adapted it and taken it into our bespoke system.
Just customise it a bit for what you need.
Well, I mean, everyone's a day trial is this, don't do time, you know.
Yeah.
So Fergus has taken it and adapted it into his original system, and we run that. You know, they've got a team there which is, you know, phenomenal.
Well.
Oh,
They get results a lot quicker, I guess, as well.
yeah. I mean, patience is a virtue, as we'll call it, and in Le Havre we should have more of it. Come on.
No.
But yes. You'll see this year that we've not sort of put it out kind of live, as we'll call it. It's not on that sport app, you know, that we use. But yeah, no, look, I think it's here to stay, and it's a really useful tool for whoever is doing the designing of the course today and beyond, because it's a good measure on how long areas are taken, you know, rather than breaking it. And we could do that before with the scoring system, but in a roundabout way. Yeah. This is easier.
And not so soggy scorecards and everything else, and bits of paper getting missed all over the place.
I mean, I think the Observer's always played a really good part with their waterproof paper and things like that. I think it just moves it on.
Yeah.
And if John Moffat, so if John Moffat is using it in his,
I heard,
on his 2-day classic. Yeah. Then there was that, yeah.
Yeah, big discussion with Mika yesterday, listening on that. I thought, okay, it's getting interesting now. John's moving into the next century.
Well, far from me to comment on that one.
And this Wednesday, highlights for you?
So today we're down into the Kinlochleven area. We've got Greymare's Tail, which is a step at the bottom. So sensible parking in beside the old hall. I think it's a Masonic hall in there. I'm not sure quite if that's the correct terminology now. Parking in there, we have the pipeline, which is, you know, iconic.
The old favourite.
The old favourite. I know the Pre-65 used it on there. And we're kind of working our way up the pipeline because it's getting flatter and flatter, as we'll call it. The bikes are getting better and better. But yeah, we still use it. So we're based in Kinlochleven for the part of the morning, spectatory, and then round into Inachmore, round into Nevis Range. So Nevis Range have been very kind, you know, they've been really good this year. So please, again, just a note of not warning, but just a note really that there is some work. The helicopter is actually, I was up there this morning, the crack of dawn, and they're ferrying concrete up into their top pass. So the course is closed. That's why we have access in there. We manage that. So there's a new group in Leenachin today. And then, so we've got 2 in the new group, and then slightly to the side back into the normal burn. So please go and have a wee look at the new group. It's under the gondola line, probably 400 or 500 yards up the hill.
Sounds good. And the race itself, the leaders have got joined at the front.
The race itself is a trial.
A trial, all right.
It's a trial.
I know. You can look. I saw the eyes. I thought I've said the wrong word already. Yeah, the trial.
So, well,
joint leaders is always good, I reckon.
Yeah, of course. Yesterday was a, so if I look at it, yesterday was a harder endurance than an observation day.
Yep.
So we want to sort of, Mr. Moffat gives me a hard time about these sort of design facts on certain things. But yeah, so today is slightly of another mix.
Yeah.
We've got tracks, no real moors as we would call it on there. We've got 2 on clean at this moment in time. So I guess the endurance part of it should be kicking in, maybe.
Yeah.
I spoke to Adam at the end of the day yesterday at time control, and yes, he had a smile on his face, but he was looking for a rest in the middle of that moor anyway. But he was still on there. I haven't spoken, or have you actually seen Harry Hemingway? I spoke to his dad this morning.
Earlier,
yeah, so I've not really come across him. Sometimes it's amazing, you can go the whole week and you do not, you know, sort of come across the ride, you know, sort of depends where you are.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, thanks for chatting to us again. So we'll be back with you next Thursday.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, as we call it, next Thursday.
Yeah, no, Thursday's a sort of another day again. Please look out on the website for any changes. Yeah. It's a bit of a mix tomorrow. please be respectful tomorrow. We're going in around the ferry.
Okay, yeah,
on
that gets busy
that.
around there.
Yeah, round into our gower, and on that side. That doesn't give you the right to misbehave today either. but yeah, thanks very much indeed.
And music-wise, Si, what we got?
I lined up some Skipperish today.
Skipperish today, does that suit you?
That's grand. That's
grand. The man says he's grand.
I'm a grand person, and that's Mr. Stevenson.
Absolutely.
That's the one.
You captured our heart, hold on with some style. Our Highland religion drip fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Caman man.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
with some style our Highland religion. You've not seen it, it's hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Cammon man.
This is day 3 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Just after 25 minutes past 9 o'clock on day 3, and Mr. Moffat, he's out in Parc, Ferme, catching up with one of our sponsors, Gavin Cairns, who's just sort of coming into the area. And yeah, so Gavin's been working with us for a few years now at Nevis Radio. It's great to sort of have him on board. And John's got him now.
Yeah, we're here in the Parc Ferme area, Nevis Radio outside broadcast studio. And we now have our main sponsor, along with Michelin. We have this year Gavin Cairns of Gavin Cairns Rough Casting from Inverness. But Gavin, you're actually a local man, aren't you?
Yeah, originally born and bred Port William John, and moved to Inverness about 18 years ago.
Yeah, to work your business basically.
Yeah, it's drier up there.
Drier up there, yeah, definitely. Now, so that means you've got webbed feet, having been brought up here because of the wet, and now exported a little bit east to Inverness. Now, you've come on board this year, but you've had an association with Nevis Radio in the past, but there is the family connection, of course, with Nevis Radio, in that your late father-in-law was a founder director of Nevis Radio.
Yeah, my wife's father, Ray, he was one of the original founders who got the radio station up and running and put the funding together for it. I can't remember what year it would be, Simon might be better.
1991.
1991.
Yeah.
So I remember it was a long time ago, but it was at the old council yard in Inverlochy. That was the original building. That's where they got it set up and running from. I think it's been moved now to Claggan Industrial Estate.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, Ray was doing a lot for a lot of local charities then, and putting aid and stuff out to Rwanda and different things like that at the time. So
yeah.
Aye. Okay.
So how did you get involved in motorcycle trials? Did you just take to it because it was a local event?
Well, I used to ride them years ago, John, and then just kind of stopped for like 15, 20 years. When I became 18, you know, started running about the bars and stuff. But no, I got back into it about 10 years ago.
Good.
Just started coming down riding the Scottish with boys that I knew down here and everything else, and it's a growing event.
You've got a relation that rode trials, have you not? Paul?
Paul. I rode my first one with Paul. Paul Patterson, who Archie's uncle, who owns a bakery.
Yeah.
Gary McLennan, who I'm staying with this week. I assure you, man, you know very well.
Of course.
We're staying with Gary this week, but we managed to be well behaved.
Oh, heavens. Well, you see, he's maturing, you see, he's mellowing with age.
He definitely is. He's more of a sailor now than a rider.
Yeah, Captain Pugwash is his nickname.
That's a good nickname for him, isn't it?
So there we have it. So looking forward to today's run. The weather's been quite kind up until now, Gavin. It's not been as wet as possibly expected, and that's a good thing.
I had an awful day yesterday. I had a big off, throttle cable, front puncture, clutch. So I've got a wee bit of work to do this morning once I go over the ramp, so
right,
I'm up against it time-wise today, plus the old bones are feeling it after the pre-65
yeah,
as well. So.
This is an 8-day plan though, isn't it?
It's an 8-day plan.
Yeah, and then you'll be back to club trials and things like that after this as well, after a wee rest maybe.
That'll feel very nice.
Well, you've got a month at the most, because then you'll be doing the Highland Classic at the Inverness Club, and of course you're one of the sponsors of that trial as well. Yeah. So
we always enjoy that one. That's a bit more easier when you get to my young years. You know?
When we had David Dignan in talking about trying things, and this year is the first year that we're doing the Laird Jamie Challenge, where for possibly more senior riders, instead of doing 2 laps per day, you do 1 lap plus a few sections more, and then you're scored on that.
I think that's a great idea, especially for the senior riders, ones that are getting old or not, because you know yourself, it's a steep hill.
Yeah.
It's a couple of laps of that takes quite a lot, even out of me.
It does.
So it gives the older people, as you say, a bit more of a chance, a bit more enjoyable for them as well.
It is, and we've not quite got it ready yet, but we've got the Schreiber Cup for that award now. Bernie Schreiber put some cash down on the table last year. We just have to find a suitable trophy. We're looking for something a bit older, maybe something that's been used, that's got a bit of history to it, that's maybe not used anymore. So we might do that. And it's just, you know, for the Laird Jamie, of course, Laird Jamie is Laird Jamie Williamson, who owns, or is the main man in Alvey Estate, of course. He's taking more of a back seat in it, so it all ties in nicely with retirement and things like that. So we're looking forward to that, and you help us out with that. But certainly with Nevis Radio, we're really overjoyed that you've come on board now with Michelin as main sponsors of the radio station during the week, because there's so many people listen to it abroad and even in this country when they can't manage it because of work problems.
We've got a connection with it, with Donna's father being involved right from the start, and they were looking for a sponsor this year, so we thought it would be a nice touch to do that.
Yep.
That sort of sponsor, especially when they were looking for a sponsor. And obviously it's the same thing with Donna's father, so
yeah.
And
you also sponsor some of the riders as well. It's not just the radio station, you're deeply involved this year with sponsorship.
Yeah, we always put a wee team of 4 in usually.
Yeah.
So, and we sort of change it every year, another 4 boys, another 4 boys, just to give everybody a chance, because it's more expensive every year.
That's right.
As you know,
so I think these guys are well appreciative of Gavin Cairns. Yeah, Gavin Cairns rough person. So that's it. So we'll not keep you too long because obviously you've got things to do, but you've got your own support team behind you, of course. You've got 3 young ladies and another lady, which happens to be your wife, all going round this week as well.
They're all chasing us round. They were the sweeties at every lunch.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah.
Just saying, keep going, keep going, keep going. The body's saying no, but the head's saying yes.
That's it. That's the way to do it. So that's great. So, John, do you want to say anything to Gavin come in on the scene? Because obviously you're with Nevis Radio. I'm just a guest presenter. So
that is appreciated. Obviously, you've been working closely with Simon back at the studio there, and just to sort of have you on board helping us out makes a big difference. It's as you say, there's a background there. And you know the way it works in community radio, it's hard work.
Absolutely, and as I said to John, the thing with Donna's father, when we were asked this year, we thought it would be a nice thing to do, but obviously, as we said, just touching it with John there, that it'd be good to help him get involved, especially when Ray put a lot of effort into himself back in to get the thing going.
Yeah, so it's magic, and I say, you see what we do with the money, we sort of work it, and
exactly. As we say, nothing's cheap now, so it's just
no, exactly.
That's right, but as I say, we're all appreciative of yourself, with your company, and also Michelin putting it together for...
Don't worry though, I'll claim it back to the company somehow, John.
Fine.
There's always a way, John.
This is being recorded.
There's always a way.
Sponsorship will be very high this year.
Yeah, I would imagine. So anyway, we'll let you crack on and get the work done, Gavin. It's good to have you here. It's nice to speak to you. We had the Michelin boys here on Monday. And we always were trying to get you in here as well, because you know what a shy lad you are.
A very shy John. All right,
hiding in the background.
All right, once I've had a couple of whiskies, what until then?
I know we tried to get you last year, I think, because you were riding number 1. So you led the Scottish for about half an hour. So Claim to fame, that's right.
That's for 5 minutes of fame.
Local boy leading trial for half an hour. So that's it. So anyway, good luck today, Gavin. I'll probably see you on later on. I hope to try and get down to Kinlochleave, and Stephen was asking where I'm going to be. So it looks like I've got a job on. So I think I'll be going down to Kinloch today and then back to Leanach in the afternoon.
And time for music, Gavin, what do you like to listen to?
Music? Kings of Leon,
Kings of Leon, there you go, Si.
Kings of Leon.
There you go.
Things like that. My way down to Oasis in July, I got tickets for Oasis.
All right,
so
see.
Relive my misspent youth.
Now you're going to be there, giving it largely. Well, Gavin, all the very best. And Kings of Leon now, Si?
No problem.
Yeah, we'll do that. And again, from me, thank you very much, Gavin.
Thanks, just saying thank you very much for doing the earphones as well. So.
No problem.
All right, cheers.
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you.
Okay.
hold on with some style. Our Highland religion drip fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, it's hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear to commandeer the heart of the Caman man.
The tyre is such an important part of your bike. It's the only part which touches the ground. And when you get that perfect combination, it's hard to beat. The Michelin tyres have been perfect for me. I've been running the DH22 on the front and the DH34 on the back, and it's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
is day 3 of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Indeed it is. Sorry, chatting away. Mr. Moffat, he's gone off chatting as well. Talking about teas, coffees and houses. What else is there to talk about? It's great to read it. It's Nevis Radio. When do we come up to? 21 minutes to 10 o'clock. We are here till 11 o'clock. Coming up, we've got one of the importers coming in very, very shortly. They're going to bring in their one of their latest motorbikes. We'll be talking about that. And I also think we've got an interview coming up with somebody John Moffat's lined up. Is that right, Si?
Yeah, we're just trying to get that organised just now. I think he's having a bit of difficulty dialing in.
All right, but no, so chatting to Gavin there, and he's very keen on what we do and appreciates what we do, I think. And it works both ways. We appreciate him helping us out.
That's it. Many spokes make a wheel, so they say.
Because as a lot of people don't realise, but basically Nevis Radio is a voluntary organisation. The one paid member of staff is you.
I know, I'm very fortunate for that, to be honest. Just to put it in context, I think there's only 33 community radio stations in Scotland, so I'm only one of 33 people who get to do this and get paid for community radio. Brilliant.
Well, some of the other ones don't even get paid.
I know.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
So
So
I feel
we're
very
lucky to be in that
privileged.
position. So I'm going to say it because people do moan about the adverts on Nevis Radio. Without the adverts, we do not have a Nevis Radio.
No, without them, I'm out of a job, but you don't have a radio station, basically.
And we don't
They're
moan about the
critical.
adverts because the adverts means we can do stuff.
Very much so.
And people are sort of trusting in us to deliver a service. And they say that Oban, people have said, oh, why have you taken over Oban? We haven't taken over Oban. We're sort of trying to go back to where Oban ceased to be.
Yeah.
It's not a takeover thing, which people think it is.
It's an expansion of what we're up to, really.
Oban ceased trading due to various reasons and delivering their broadcast service. And through a little battle with Ofcom and other organisations, you managed to negotiate that we can take on their licence, but it's still Nevis Radio.
Well, if we didn't do it, no one else was in a position to do it, and then there would be no radio, community radio, localised radio, if you like, in that whole area, which I think would be a great shame.
Yeah, but Nevis Radio itself's not changing, we're just expanding into Oban.
Yeah.
And Oban FM has ceased.
Yes.
Because it's still a bit cloudy, muddy water, you want to word it, but people say, oh, why have you taken them over? We're not taking them over. We haven't nothing to do with me anyway, but, you know, trying to sort of get the facts right.
Yeah, no, it's an expansion thing that we're doing.
But it's exciting.
It's exciting. It's a lot of admin.
Nerve-wracking.
It's a lot of waiting around for people.
You're not good at that. That's your trait. You've got no patience.
No, I want things done. I want them done yesterday.
Do it yesterday, exactly.
Yeah.
But that's the way it works. And I say our other sponsors this week, Michelin Tires, greatly indebted. That's a great English. Greatly indebted to them. Thistle Access for the outside broadcast trader, which has got all our equipment, and Danning. Comms West for the internet and streaming links, and Trials Guru, which is John Moffat here, for giving up his time this week to help us do the broadcast, as well as Two Tyres, which you got on them on board last year. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct, for a lovely new table.
Where are they based?
They're actually based down near London, but they distribute tyres via mail order. So you can order your tyres up here via the website, twotyres.co.uk, and you can get your bike tyres to your door, basically.
They don't do car tyres, though, is that correct?
No, it's 100% bike tyres.
Right, because that's one thing I was asking about that one the other day, yeah.
Car tyres, pit stop tyres.
Pit stop tyres, they're one of our new advertised, I noticed that.
They're local, they're not far away from the station. They're down near the soap factory, Highland Soap, which you've got a video ad for running this year as well. So you go down there, James will sort you out. Fast, efficient, brilliant, can't knock him.
Well, I guess we ought to have another look at this route as we did speak to it with Dave Dignan.
Yeah.
We can do that. And Davey
got...
thought I put him on the spot, which I didn't do anything deliberately.
Just want to ask Simon something. Have we got our guest set up for this morning?
I'm waiting for him to dial in, John.
Okay.
He's aware, we're communicating, but he's not online yet.
Okay, good, cool. We've got John Lampkin coming in just at 10 o'clock with the beta, so hopefully we'll get him on before then, I hope.
Yep, that's the plan. So we can do the route now, Mr. Moffat. That'll be
route. Basically, the sections today are more towards the Kinlochleven area, with the exception of Lenachen and Corrinacloy, which are back towards Fort William. That's in the afternoon. So they're going in an anti-clockwise rotation. The first group's down at Callart's, not accessible. First rider was there at 8 o'clock. Over to Lower Mamore, which is more towards Kinlochleven. And there's 3 sections there, that's accessible to spectators. First rider was there at 8:40, which was 3 minutes ago, if they were on time. An hour ago, if they were on time, not 10 minutes ago. What am I talking about? School Falls, nobody can go there, but they can get to the Greymare's Tail, where there is a wee car park there. There's Greymare's Tail's waterfall that people go to. They're not going up the waterfall, they're going a bit higher up than that, and away they go. 3 sections down there, and then of course onto the Dam Road, which you don't take vehicles on, but you can walk up to 2 sections at Pipeline, which are the pipes that feed or were feeding the old aluminium works, which now I think are used for electricity generation. First rider should be there about now. Then they go across the hill far away to Lochield Moor, Lochield Cottage and Carnderg, and then over to Bradyleg. Whichever way you pronounce it is a Gaelic word. So 2 sections at Bradley, 11.25, and then down to the big Nevis Range car park. The sections are near there. 5 sections there. It is a pay and display car park. I think it's about £6 to pay there, and the first rider should be there at 1:30. Then down to the 2 sections at Group K, Corrienacloich, 10:02 this afternoon. So I think I'll try and get down to Kinlochleven and see if I can see them down there, if I can, and then double back up to Leenachin at the Nevis Range car park.
And you want to get a copy of the routes, then they have got the 6 days trial programme. I'm assuming still some of those for sale.
Yeah, there'll still be some for sale in the town here. Petrol stations, some of the petrol stations and W.H. Smith's were stocking these programmes that cost £5. So they're still hopefully available.
There. And there's a little bit about Nevis Radio in there as well, which is always nice.
Yes, that's
During
right.
the programme.
You can do the old QR code and everything and hopefully listen live. There's a wee quirk to the listen live. You might have to take out the S of HTTPS to make it work, but I seem to get it working okay on my phone. So if it's maybe a download or an app you've got to get for that, I would think.
Have we got anybody that you'd like to go and have a chat to? It's a bit of a lull there. There's a lot of people, but it's a bit of a lull. In fact,
Yeah,
I
there's
see,
a couple of local
248.
guys, local-ish guys sorting up the bikes just now. They're in for their working time. Next rider to go will be, I think, 237, John Shirt 240. He's getting ready to go, so we won't go up there because they're just waiting on going up on the start podium. Have a quick word with rider 250. I don't know if he's ridden before. Have you ridden before?
No, I've not ridden before.
So we've got a first-timer from Inverness and District Club. It's Darren Kennedy, who is a local rider. He's actually from these parts originally, but now lives up in Inverness. Where were you brought up, Darren?
Well, my dad's actually from Kinlochleven, so he lived in Kinlochleven for all his days, and then we've been living in Inverness for years now.
Yeah. So you're quite looking forward to today's run?
Yeah, looking forward to today's run. Should be really good.
And no problems with the bike, I hope?
Nah, no issues with the bike. I managed to get in with 11 seconds yesterday, so I'm just trying to get everything sorted just now.
Yeah, OK. Well, I'll let you crack on, get the maintenance done. It's Darren Kennedy, member of the Inverness and District Motorcycle Club. Rider 248, he's getting a bit of a veteran at this. This is Danny Lamont from Inverness. Danny, how many Scottishes are under your belt now?
This is number 6 for me, John. Yep.
Heading for retirement soon then?
Hope not.
Well, you've just
got a few left to me yet.
Well, the thing is, you just bought a house, haven't you?
I have bought a house, John, yeah, so I might not have enough money for next year. We'll wait and see.
There you go. You just have to try and save up your pennies, but it's difficult to do. Now, you've been riding the Beta for a few years. You're quite happy with the Beta?
Oh, delighted. It's all I've ever ridden since I was 6 years old, so just don't see me changing.
And you're, what, 26 now?
26, John, yeah, 26. So hopefully got a few years left in me yet.
20 years of riding, yeah, it's some record already. So anyway, we'll let you get on with the maintenance and maybe see you around today.
Perfect, thank you, John, cheers.
That's Danny Lamont. He's an electrical engineer, works for one of the big contractors up in Inverness, and see if there's anybody else about. They're all sort of tinkering away with the bikes, don't know the guys at the back. So we've covered a lot through the local riders. Oh, here's one here. 256, John Garth Jr. There's 2 John Garths in the programme. It's not a printing error. There's a father and son riding today, this week. This is John Garth Jr. Just changing the back wheel, John.
Uh-huh.
Just changing it because the tyre's completely goosed on it?
Yeah, just about.
Now, this is your first Scottish?
Second.
Second Scottish, sorry, my apologies. I'm out of term now. And you're still enjoying it?
Yeah, it's great fun.
Good. Well, I'll let you get on with the changes in the rear wheel. Your dad's just away to get his bike, 259. John Garth has a business where they fit log burning stoves. I think there's the right description of it. Greenbrae stoves up in Inverness. Hey? No, I'm not selling stoves. No, I'm just saying what you do for a living. But you're actually an electrician to trade, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Now, how many Scottishes now, John?
4.
Scottish, yeah, and you've got young John's. This is his second one.
Yes, aye. Yeah, he's doing way better than me, as usual.
Now, you're on the committee of the Inverness District Motorcycle Club, and you're also director of the company. You put back in what you take out, don't you?
I think so.
Try to.
I think so, yeah.
But you came up with a good idea, but you've actually brought together a clubman's 2-day trial up at Kianacock.
Yeah, next month, aye. Yeah, that should be quite good fun. Yeah, a bit more relaxed than this, I think.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so, but it's just something to change, just something to up the ante a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully the weather's good. It'll be a good trip out there, aye.
Now, you're riding the Vertigo. Is this a 300 DL replica?
Yep, aye, yeah. I think Dougie rides it a wee bit better than me, as you can see by the scars on it already. A few new parts on today.
See that? See you changed the front mudguard last night. A wee off at that.
Gear lever, a few other bits, but hopefully have a better day today.
Now, are you changing the back tyre, putting on a fresh one?
Yeah, fresh one today. Yeah, I'll be probably maybe not so many 5s today if I do that.
Good man. Okay, we'll let you get the back wheel on it. Okay, John, thanks very much. That's John Garth Senior, that's junior and senior riding. But in the programme it just says John Garth for both of them, which is a bit confusing. But I'm sure the people at the 6 days have got that sorted out. They know which is which, obviously different numbers, and they're 3 numbers apart, so that keeps it right. But these lads are all members of the Inverness and District Club. Now, I've just spotted rider 246 still in the paddock, just doing a wee bit of topping up of the old radiator. 246 Stephen Moffat from Inverness, civil engineer with UB Civils. This is your 7th attempt, I believe.
Yes, this is number 7 for me, so I've been here a while and keep on going, that's what I'm doing.
And you've been up here since you were 1 year old, is that right?
Yeah, I believe I was in my mum's tummy when I was here.
You certainly were, 1991.
But yeah, I've been here a long time, so
Well, that's true. So yeah, you were actually just before you were born. I think you were born on the 21st or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So
good job you remembered that.
I did actually remember that. It's coming up for your birthday, are you expecting a present?
Yes, please.
I see. Right, okay, big one, I see. So anyway, you've got wee letters on the front of your bike, on the crossbar pad. What's that?
Yeah, I do this every year. I always put my closest family now, so I put Lauren, Stevie and Lucy. That's my girlfriend and both our kids' names on the top there. But then I've also got them on my hat as well this year. And then I've also put a wee tribute to my mum as well, because she always helps me out this time of year. So I put her sort of title on the back there, got a wee silly sticker, so she was quite happy with that.
Yeah, Lady Jean of Culloden, that's right.
There for you though.
No, that's right.
Yeah, so because I see you every time, so thank you very much.
Oh, thanks very much. Nice to see you again. And of course, Stevie, he's just not taking up the sport, but he's got a little bike now, and he's just coming on leaps and bounds, isn't he?
Yeah, he's doing well. Like he's got a wee Osset, so we got him that. It took him a while to get onto it. A bit nervous, quite a nervous wee boy, but he seems to be getting on right soon. So that's it. He'll be doing it 1 year, hopefully, if it's still going.
And of course, Lucy, she's a bit younger, but she seems keener.
Yeah, she's a bit mental, like she'll get in about anything, so yeah. Hopefully she kind of gets into something a bit more girly than that, but I don't know.
Can't see that happening.
No.
Considering she's always in and out of my garage sitting on the motorbikes all the time, can't you keep her off them?
That's her, yeah.
Yeah, well anyway, have a good day, Stephen. We'll see you around there. That's rider 246, Stephen Moffat from Inverness. Born and bred there. Oh no, he wasn't. No, he was born in Dundee. What am I talking about? It's a long time ago.
You don't remember where he was born, you don't remember where he was... Oh, what's going on?
I'm guessing if your name's not on the bike, John, the present just got smaller.
Yeah, he's kind of hinting.
There's no space for his name on that.
No space, not enough room. Yeah, so anyway...
By the time we get all his titles in letters and everything else after his name, it's not going to work.
Yeah, that's it, that's the thing. So anyway, that's some of the local guys, well, maybe not immediately local to Fort William, because there are local Loch Harbour riders, but Inverness is the neighbour to the Loch Harbour. It's just up the road. What, 70 miles?
Something like that. A lot happening out there in Parc Ferme right now, though.
You can see it on the live feed if you're watching it as well. The guys are all there getting their bikes fettled up. A couple of new tyres going on there. It looks like Danny Lamont's put a new back tyre on. Stephen fitted one last night, so he's got one on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new Michelins going on there, because they're all on Michelin tyres.
And we've still got today's competition running for the hat,
the
goodie bag and bits of from Nevis Radio.
Yeah, the question is, what is the name of the column that Bernie Schreiber writes for Trials Guru website? That's the question of the day.
Yeah, maybe you have to go onto that website to have a look for it. I don't know.
I would say so.
Maybe it's a cunning ploy.
Oh, maybe.
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 And has yesterday's winner been in contact at all, so?
Yeah, I've got an address and all that kind of stuff.
So we'll get that sorted out and sent off.
Great.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to sort this Teams thing out. Can I come back to you?
Yeah, well, what happens is the winners of the hat, if they're not able to pick them up from the radio station or the Parc Ferme, it's not a problem because I'll be posting the cap out worldwide. So whoever you are, we'll get it out to you. Yeah.
There you go. So you say you're under a bit of pressure there trying to get stuff sorted out. Have we got a tune lined up? Is that possible? I know you're doing stuff and whatever, but it
doesn't sound like it.
5.5 minutes.
I do not have a tune lined up.
Have you got any word breaks to play?
No.
Do you want us to talking up to the news? Is that your plan right now?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I'm getting no directorship.
I need to press more buttons. I'm trying to get this guy on the phone for you. So just bear with me, please.
That's okay.
That's all right.
We'll just keep talking.
We'll keep talking. I'd say it's one of these days, and they're talking about trying to keep the mess in one place because trials is a dirty sport. Looking at the amount of mud and stuff comes out the more, I guess.
The bikes. They're not on the main road all day, so you
look at the state of them from when they were on Sunday or Monday morning to when they are now.
Yeah.
Can they pressure wash them? Is that something we should do to the bike? That's not probably good to a bike to pressure wash it.
Well, pressure washing you've got to watch because it does nasty things to the headstock bearings and the wheel bearings. But no, what happens is the bikes come into the working areas at night. If they've got time, they sort of blow them with the airline and get all the muck off them. And basically get them cleaned up as best they can. But sometimes it's better not to pressure wash, etc., because it can disturb things. You can fill things full of water, for example. So what they do is they knock the dirt off, and then what they do in the service areas is basically clean them up, and then they brush all the car park away. They've got big bins that they put the dirt into, but it's normally by the time they get here it's dried off because we're in quite a dry time at the moment with the Scottish 6 Days trial. It's been very dry this week so far, which is good, but if you're looking at the live feed you'll see the dirt on the ground, and what happens is the marshals in here in the car park, they come about with big brushes after we've gone out, after we've done the production today, tidy the place up, and the same things happens in the work areas. They're constantly brushing stuff up just to keep the muck out off the ground. And we now have a bike in which we're going to do an interview with John Lampkin, who's the Beta UK importer. He'll be on shortly. I think it's after the news, isn't it?
Well, I thought he's coming on now. He's said he was ready, and I've got him all ready.
I'll tell you what, right? News is going to be, I don't know, Donald Trump, other things. There you go. That's what you need. We'll skip the news at 10. How's that?
Okay.
Okay, we've got a bike along here. We're just trying to get some cameras onto that very, very shortly.
Yeah, you get organised with that.
Can we have some Kaiser Chiefs? Can we just play a tune?
I can organise some Kaiser Chiefs. I think I've kind of sussed out what the problem here, so I'm in the process of sorting that out.
Well, we're going to have
How do you spell
Kaiser Chiefs
Kaiser?
and right. That'd be good. Then come back to us and we'll get things sorted out here.
How do you spell Kaiser?
I don't know.
Which one did you want?
Predictor right.
That's about accurate for a right.
I was going to say, it fits quite well.
Okay, right, back after this.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to
You captured our heart, hold on with some style. Our Highland religion drip fed as a child. For those who've not seen it, is hard to explain just how much pride we have in our game. It's the game of the Gaels, the language of our clans. No place for fear or to commandeer the heart
of the Scottish 6-day trial.
Predicting it right, we're going to calm things down just, 1.5 minutes past 10. And Mr. Moffat, he is joined by a certain gentleman from a certain manufacturer.
Yeah, good morning. I have with me here Mr. John Lampkin, who's the importer of Beta motorcycles in the UK. John, you've been in the sport for a mighty long time now. We were just discussing that when we were chatting. Your first time at the Scottish 6 Days, can you remember that?
Yeah, like you say, I've been coming here for over 50 years. You know, I came here when I was around 10 years old to watch my uncles and Mick Andrews, Rathmull, Veste, Coulthard, you know, all the top riders in the world were here then. Yeah. And it was really special to come and watch them. And the trial, as you know, started back in Edinburgh then.
That's right.
So we used to watch some sections called Edrimucky, which a lot of these younger riders don't even know about, you know, on the way up here. But there was such a nice atmosphere, and you know, those were really special days for me.
Well, we've got a guest coming on after us, and he is called Patrick Comerford.
Yep.
And you'll know that name.
Yeah, very much.
Because I remember in 77, it must have been, you were going round in the Comerford's van with the late Reg May, who was their main mechanic.
Yeah. No, obviously, Reg used to come up on a regular basis to Silsden, where we're from, and he used to prepare all Mart's and Sid's bikes for all the different events, and so he was a really important part of our family, and it was a lovely bloke and an excellent mechanic. Yeah. So he was a gentleman.
Now, obviously, a lot of folk might not realise this, but some of the older listeners used to watch TV scrambling. Now, your father was particularly good at that.
Yeah, no, my dad, he was second in the World 250 Championship, and he was teammates with Jeff Smith at BSA. Yeah. And, you know, throughout the 60s, really, the television scrambling was a big thing then.
Yeah.
And also the crowds were big back there, you know, before, obviously, social media and everything. You know, at Hawkston Park, I think the crowd was 70,000 or 80,000 people, which is football match type of stuff.
Yeah.
So they became quite well known, especially through the television side of things.
That's right.
And I think they had really good days as well. You know, I was very lucky to come up here actually. Riding Jeff Smith came over from America, where he lives now, and we came up with 2 500 Gold Stars and a C15, and Blackie Holding and Gordon McLaughlin, quite a few other riders, and we rode up round here for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And I was really, really blessed to follow my dad and Jeff Smith over the Corriere Pass.
Oh, yeah.
And they were both on Gold Stars and still trying to dice with each other. And I was on the 250 C15, which he won the 6 day on.
Yeah, 1963.
So that was a really, really special time as well.
Yeah. I think really when I've spoken to people about motorcycling, the name Lampkin comes up. And what they're actually talking about was your father, as opposed to talking about Dougie or Alfie or yourself, and they seem to realise, oh, is that the same Lampkins that used to win on the telly? And it is, it's the whole family. And you know, your father won the Scottish 6 Days in '63, your uncle Sid won it in '66, your uncle Mark won it 3 times in succession in the '70s. Something you didn't win, but you came very close to it.
No, I can't tell you how hard I tried.
You had a try, all right.
No,
you're on the podium.
I was second, third, fourth, and fifth. So I did every position apart from the one I wanted.
Yeah.
And it's no, looking back in those days, we had all the top riders in the World Championship here.
Yeah.
So I think me, Shaw, was when I was in the top 3 or 4 would win 1 year.
Yeah.
Steve, when I was second. Saunders, who's been in the nemesis in my career.
Yeah, thorn in the side.
Yeah, so he won that year, and it's but I've got mega memories, you know. So I rode 21 times up here, and I loved them all, you know. So it was even for me, after all these years of coming when I come back into Fort William, when we drive up here, it still feels really special to me.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Now, you've been kind enough to bring us in an example of the machine that you sell through dealers every day of your life. That's it's your job. It's your day job as Beta UK. You do all the spares for all the bikes in this country, and you're the importer. You brought in a second-hand bike. It was a bit of a special one as well, though, isn't it?
Yeah, this is one of the... I'm not even sure if it's George's or Harry's bike. So this is their bike from last year. And basically, I've been the Beta importer for 38 years.
Yeah.
You know, Beta's produced in Florence in Italy. The company's over 100 years old. It's a fourth generation of the same family, and they're really good people to work with. But this is a 2024 bike. It's a Beta Evo. It's basically, it's still a carbureted bike, you know, compared to some of the bikes that are injected nowadays.
Yes.
But it's still quite an easy to ride bike, and quite a well-known bike, you know, that it's reliable. And we try very hard as well whilst we're up here to give a good service to everybody. You know, I think we've got nearly 90 riders up here.
Yeah,
so
and the thing is about yourself, being a rider as well as an importer is very important, because I remember you brought out something like a 300 SS, which was super smooth, which was developed for the UK riders, wasn't it?
Yeah, every UK bike comes here separately to how they're built for the rest of the world. You know, they come here with extra weight on the flywheel, and the lower compression, and the exhaust different on the bikes, and the mapping. So the idea, I think, when you ride a bike in the UK, basically all you really need is grip.
Yeah.
You know, if you've got grip, then you've got half a chance.
Yeah.
So I'm very lucky that the factory will supply bikes to me separately to the rest of the world. And it's easy to make a bike more powerful, but it's quite tricky to make a bike easier to ride.
Softer.
You know, so I think our bikes are famous for that.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, which is very good. Now, you said you've been importer for 38 years. I remember you actually coming up to Scotland, to Livingston, putting on a day for Betas through Ernie Page.
Yeah.
Of course, that's a family friend as well. You rode round International 6 days in '73 in America with Mart on the Rickman Zundarts, but there is a connection with Scotland because you're very friendly with the Page family.
Yeah, no, very much so. I mean, Ernie was always very kind to me in the early days. It was my dealer that represented me up here in Scotland.
Yeah.
And it was involved in other things as well, but it was really kind to me. He went out of his way because I was young and new to business. And he still remains a good friend. You know, we're still in contact, and obviously we were close to David.
Yeah, of course.
He was such a fantastic rider, and obviously sadly he passed, but he was close to Dougie, you know, in the days, you know.
Well,
they were similar ages.
The plaudits, you know. I mean, when I was writing the book, I went on to Martin when he was still alive, and I said, look, what's your recollection of David Page? He said, right, are you writing this down? I said, yeah, I am. And he said, right, well, what happened was, when David was at a section, I'd hold Dougie back, and we'd watch where David went, and then I'd say to Dougie, right, do what he did.
Yeah.
So there was a bit of kind of rivalry there, but it was learning.
Such a gorgeous riding style. It was a really natural rider.
Yeah.
And when you watched him ride, it made it look so easy.
Yeah.
You know, so it was highly talented. And you know, it was a gentleman. You know, I mean, it was a lovely lad. You know. So.
Well, I remember being at his funeral with you, and that was 1993, believe it or not. Yeah. So it's a lot of years ago, but he was only something like 19 when he passed away.
Yeah.
He got childhood leukemia as an adult, and apparently that's a bad thing to get. But yeah, so Ernie, he was a good rider himself. He was an International 6 days gold medalist, a 1967 Scottish Scrambles champion. But he knows just about everybody in the sport because he was in the motorcycle and motor trade. And I always remember you coming up with your brother David to Livingston. You put on demos, you had the new Betas there and things like that. And then I think David and you rode round in Ernie's Ariel, didn't you?
No, we had a bit of a play, you know. So we actually stopped with them when we came up here, which was really nice. And we were made to feel very welcome. You know, and it's just we used to do trial schools around the country, probably a lot more than what I do nowadays. You know, and it's that was always good. We've been quite new to the brand.
Yeah.
We needed to try and kickstart things and let people try the bikes. So,
that's right.
So that was good.
And the Beta, what's the future for Beta? Do you think one day they'll bring out an EFI version? Is that on the cards? Or
I mean,
got to stick
Beta are working on things constantly, and compared with quite a few of the other trials manufacturers, they do motocross bikes, bikes, enduro bikes, street bikes. So they've got a lot of things going on really. It's obvious this bike's like quite an old model now, but so they are working on a new model. If I'm honest, I don't know whether it will be injected or carbureted, because the injection bikes, I know how good they are, but injection also isn't everything.
That's
you know,
right.
I think there are advantages to the injection system and the carbureted system. So it's not set in stone that the bike will be an injected bike. But no, we'll see. I know they're working on different things at the minute, and I know we are due for a new bike. Even I recognise that.
I've gone on record and quite a few times, and people said, what would you recommend the rider to take for the Scottish 6 days? And I must admit, there's two brands that I tend to say are the bike for the Scottish. One's the Monteza Cota 4RT, and the other one's the Beta.
Yeah. Well, I think even like over the last 10 plus years, we've had more bikes than anybody.
That's right.
You know, this year we have around about a third of the entry. And you know, people, they know that the bikes have been good up here and reliable, and they've also got good results up here. And I think you know, I keep trying to. I pride myself on the service that we give to lads up here. You know, I'll do anything to get somebody to the finish.
That's right.
Don't care if they're last place in the entry, but I know what it feels like to ride round here. And like I say, if we can get one more rider to the finish, we'll do that. But even as a rule, even when we have 90, 100 riders, as a rule, the majority of those, injury aside, will finish. You know, so I hope this year's.
Because it's still very much a clubman event, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it shows in how many people try to enter the event. You know, obviously we normally have 270, 280 riders start the event, and I know there's 400, 500 or maybe more.
Yeah.
That it shows the success of the event, and it also shows the changes that they've made to the event over the years. Your average rider likes. You know, going back to the late 80s, early 90s, the event got to be quite hard on sections and also on the time, on the daily time.
That's right.
And the entries dropped off then.
That's right.
And I think they have recognised the importance of the club riders, and that's what it's all about. You know, obviously it's nice to have all the I think to have Ragga here is fantastic, and so I think the more of the top riders we can have here.
Funny you should say that. I said about maybe an hour ago, I said it's about time Tony Bow come over and rode it. I know that he's been involved with the World Championship, but there's Adam Ragga done the same as Dougie Lampkin. He's come back here after he stopped doing the World Championship, because that's the main focus, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's tricky. I think there was a lot of years when Dougie didn't ride here.
That's
I think
right.
the World Championship, you know, the calendar's so intense, and they've also got to put so much into that, and that is their priority.
Yeah.
And sometimes riding 6 days up here takes quite a lot out of you. It's not really physically, because for them they can bob around here no problem, but mentally it does take a lot out of you.
6 days, and you've got to rise to the occasion to ride the sections.
And respectfully for the riders that you're talking about, it's not that hard, you know. So, and you know, for Tony Bow to come here, we all know how good he is and what his history is.
Yeah.
But there'd be more chance of him being beat here than there would be in a World Championship event. You know.
Right. So why would you come here when you think you're going to
get
get
neck on the line?
Yeah.
I mean, I think again maybe down the line it might be lovely for him to come here. It's a bit like Adam's done. Adam's now retired, and he's now come to ride. But we know why he's only here for one reason. You know. So and at the end of the day, we'll see what happens. You know, we're only 2 days in.
Yeah.
We'll either be shaking somebody's hand or somebody will be shaking our hand. But either way around, you know, the best man's going to win.
That's right.
Or lady.
Well, yeah, that's right, exactly. So, so you obviously run the whole service arena for Beta UK, and I must say your reputation is second to none. The service that you give to the Beta riders and the support you give to this trial is legendary. What do you do through the day? Do you go and see any sections? Are you basically at base camp?
No, we're in the prison. So we, basically we're here at sort of 6:30, 7:45 each morning.
Yeah.
And then the last rider leaves here just after 12 o'clock. But on a short day, they're coming back in 2 o'clock max.
Yeah.
So you can't really go anywhere. And on one of the longer days, it'll be sort of 3 o'clock. But it's, I try and focus on what we do here. You know, I mean, to be honest, I quite enjoy watching.
Yeah.
But this week's not the time to do that. But
No.
I've just been out to Spain and Portugal to the first 2 rounds of the World Championship, so I was able to go watch everything that was going on there.
Yeah.
Not just my riders, but especially the other British riders. You know, when I'm away, I'm not over fussed as to what bike to ride. If you know, I'm very patriotic. So,
Yeah, that's right.
But over there, we've got so many good riders. You know, with the boys and the girls. You know, they're riding so well. So I do get the opportunity to watch quite a lot, along with the British Championship and other events.
Yeah. So so basically, it's back to the office here and get the job
Yeah,
done.
no, we've got a job to do here.
Yeah.
So I've got a really good staff here, and you know, we've got 2 mechanics here, and like even though you know there's rules where we can't really help the riders. When someone's in trouble, they're happy to let us help them get back on the road.
Yeah.
And I think that's important because a lot of the riders are coming from all over the world.
That's right.
So if we can get them to the finish, and it's not going to really change anything for people, then I think it's important that we do that.
Now you have hire bikes out this year?
Yes, I've got 7.
7 bikes. Now
Yeah.
these are normally put through either yourself or the trade at the end of the event, because obviously these people go home abroad and the bikes are left here. What happens with the bikes?
All the hire bikes are from people that are from, I mean, I think I've got some Australians, New Zealand and Americans, so they're all people that have no way of getting the bike here.
Yeah.
So we fully prep the bikes, they're brand new bikes, we fully prep them, and then I normally sell, as a rule, sometimes we sell them in the car park here. There's sometimes people, local people especially, not as much nowadays, but more a few years ago.
Yeah.
They're good bikes because they're brand new before the event.
Yeah.
And then if they're not kind to the bikes and they don't finish anywhere. So, but then I also I've sold quite a lot of them through John Lee motorcycles, you know.
All right.
So
yeah.
So they're quite good at moving the second-hand bikes, you know.
Yeah.
So
basically the depreciation on the bike is actually knocked off. You're getting a bike. Less the depreciation
No,
being
I
a
mean,
new bike,
basically, after the event, I try to sell them cheap, to be fair. So, but they're still good bikes. You know, So I think going back to the Bultaco days, the bikes took a fair bit of hammer up here, but a modern bike, if it's respected, is fine.
It works well. Yeah, because we talked about that, because Martin, you actually went round with Martin in 75, I think it was.
Yeah.
Because his bike, his Bultaco, is expired before he got
Not even got to a section. He seized up on Monday morning on the Forth Road Bridge as they left Edinburgh to head up here, and he was obviously really disappointed. But me, I think I'd be 10 or 12 years old, I was made up. Because I was able to go around with my Uncle Matt all week, but he didn't just see it the same as me.
No, of course he wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't. So anyway, that's great, John. You've brought the bike in. Great to have you up here and giving your support to the event, support to trials in general, and doing what you do every year. And it's, I know it's your job and it's your livelihood, but at the end of the day, you're still passionate about it.
Yeah, like yourselves. You know, I mean, I think what you're doing up here is fantastic. You know, it gets it out to an audience. You know, so, and I think the information that you pass on to people, you know, throughout the week is fantastic.
Yeah.
So I think we're all the same. We're all a big family, aren't we?
I think so.
I mean, I love being here. I don't know what's wrong with me, but after all these years, I still love it. You know,
so John Weller, would you like to jump in?
I was just going to say, we were talking with Charlotte from Sherco yesterday about the costs of a machine, a new machine. What's a 1-week race bike going to cost somebody if they were going to get into the sport?
I mean, there's all different things. A brand new bike is sort of £6,000 or £7,000, but then obviously you can pick up used bikes down to £1,000. You know, so and you know, so it's all pro rata. So I think somebody coming into the sport is going to start with a used bike, and then obviously if they enjoy the sport, then they're going to sort of upgrade as years go along.
And how much can you customise a bike for a particular rider? I mean, certain heights and weights and things like that. Is that sort of a big thing in the sport?
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, basically we can put different springs into the suspension, and set it up for different riders' weights. You know, so that's something that all the manufacturers can do. There's not a lot else you need to do, really. I think also the bikes, they all have the quirky things that they like. As in how the engine performs, so you can do lots of things to the bikes to make them more powerful, or you can make them easier to ride. So, and we're able to give people advice on doing that.
Let's get in that comfort zone for the particular rider. And I suppose what race or rides, or I keep saying race, it's the wrong term, I know, but the trial they're doing, the event they're doing.
Different, you know, and people like different things. People sometimes like the suspension in a particular way, or they like an aggressive engine. Some people like a lazy engine. You know, so it's like I think all aspects of motorsport, you can tune the bike to suit your your needs.
Yeah, it's amazing. Thanks for coming and chatting to us. It's just nice to get that insight, because we haven't really gone into this depth in the past years at Nevis Radio, and it's just nice to get the listener out there and the people watching, with the difference, because some people have not had any experience in the sport, like myself. I've never taken part in it, but I love bikes.
Yeah.
And actually find out what you can do and what's behind the scenes.
It's a fantastic sport. It's a really friendly sport, and I think it's probably one of the safest motorsports that there are.
I always say it's the friendliness up here. I love it. It's, obviously people, I don't see them from year to year, but they can always come up, hug, handshake, and that sort of stuff. It's lovely.
Like I said, people from all over the world, and it brings us all together. So I think we're very blessed with that.
Yeah. Yes, a beautiful sport.
Great. Yeah, and of course John was a professional trials rider in his early days as well. He rode for Armstrong and who else was he?
Armstrong, Fantic.
That's right.
So back CCM, back those days.
That's right.
And it's I was very lucky. So I had really nice times. My best year was 5th in the World Championship. So I wasn't as good as my cousin Dougie or my uncle Martin. So, and they were world champions, so I didn't quite have the ingredients to make that happen, but still we had fantastic times,
Yeah. Anyway, that's great, and of course you're also a great supporter of the Scott trial. That's the two trials that the Lampkins always like to win, is the Scott and the Scottish.
Yeah, and it's basically there. I think as a British rider especially, those are the two biggest.
Absolutely.
And I think they're iconic events, and even with the Scott trial, my best position was 3rd there. I rode against Gerald Richardson and Philip Alderson, who were really good at that event. They were.
They lived there.
They lived there, but they were, as a compliment to them, they were very good. They rode, they were fast.
That's right.
And they were excellent at that event. So. But again, I tried my hardest to do that, but I just didn't quite have I was never really a fast rider. I could win on observation there. But I wasn't as quick as them over the.
But there was a man who was very quick and gave Sammy Miller all the pains in the backside, and that was your father, because he was a Scott winner.
Well, a lot of them, like if you look at like Sammy wasn't really a motocross rider.
No.
So scrambles riding those days. So whereas my dad and Jeff Smith and quite a few other ones were scrambling. So they were really fit.
Yeah,
and
Sid
also
was the same.
they were used to going quick over the land. So
they used to practice for it.
Yeah. No, they all did. And I think when you look back then, I think it's funny when, like now, to ride around the Scott trial, there's no easy Scott trial.
No.
But when you look back to riding those old bikes round, that must have been hard work,
No, you know how much the weight. I think your father's still got a couple of his gold stars.
Yeah, I've still got his original gold star in my work in the meeting room.
OOH 760?
Yeah, OOH 760, and then I've also got his C15.
C15.
Yeah. Have you got the reg of that?
XON 688.
No, I think you sound right. You have to Jesus. Yeah. That is a trials train spotter. You know what I mean?
That's right. And a rack.
So it's but it's really nice to have those there, and it's funny how many people notice them, when they come in, so and they are completely original, so which is nice.
Lovely bikes. Your Uncle Sid rode your dad's bike in the pre-65, in the early days, but Martin also rode it in the very first one.
Yes, he did, yeah. Well, going back, the pre-65 originally, like my dad and Jeff Smith and Mark Rathmole, they all rode.
That's right. That's right.
And I think the event was was quite a lot ever, and I think it was very nice for the.
There's more fitting for
the public to be able to see.
It was great to see
their heroes, if you want to say.
That's right. I've just finished a page on my website purely about that trial, and your dad's in it, your Uncle Mark's in it, and Sid's in it, because they did the other ones.
They made it harder and harder, so I think it's not. I'm not saying it's for the young riders at all, but it has got harder, and I think that. Basically, the older riders, of that type of rider, it's quite hard for them to ride still.
You're right. So anyway, we'll crack on then, John, and thank you very much for bringing the beta over. You can leave it for a while if you're busy. We can keep it here till later on, collect it later, and thanks very much for coming into Nevis Radio to explain about the beta, how it all works, your business, and of course your own riding career and the riding career of your family and extended family, which is let's be honest about it, I've always said this, the Lampkins, in respect, are motorcycling royalty, because you've all done it,
We're very proud of each other,
exactly.
of all
achievements.
We all get on really good, which is nice, so we're very blessed.
Great. So anyway, thanks very much, John Lampkin. and we'll see you later in the week, no doubt.
Absolute pleasure speaking to you.
Thanks very much.
Mr.
Okay.
Moffat, walk backwards. Come this way. Come this way. You've got people waiting to talk to you on the phone
right.
line. You know.
So if you maybe take the microphone off John, that'll be great. Right, you've got somebody for me to speak to now.
Apparently we have. Is that right, Si?
We have been hard at work trying to get technology to behave itself, and we've finally managed to get Patrick on the line. So I can pass you over to Patrick Comerford.
Okay, good morning. Are you there, Patrick?
Good morning, John. I'm here. Slightly disconcerting because I can't see you.
All right, okay. Well, I can see you, which is a compliment. Yeah, thanks very much for coming on. Now, Patrick, the name is the giveaway. Your surname is Comerford. Now, anybody who's been involved with trials as long as I have knows the name Comerfords, plural, and that was Comerfords Limited, Portsmouth Road, Thames Ditton, Surrey. Now, I know they didn't start off there, but we've got a bit of a celebration this year. In page 44 of the official programme of the Scottish 6 Days trial, there's an advert, if you like, but it's more a tribute that you've taken up this year, and that's an old Comerford's advert with a letter superimposed on it. That right, Patrick?
Yeah, well, it's the centenary for us this year. My grandfather started the business in 1925 in Pease Pottage.
Yep.
And I just wanted to mark that in some way because the Scottish 6 Days was such an important part of the business, and so many, riders and people from the company had such amazing times at the Scottish, and I just kind of wanted to mark the occasion in some way, which is why we took it there. But although we don't deal in motorcycles anymore, the family business still survives.
Yeah,
it's pretty much an investment business now. But, it would have been remiss not to mark the occasion. It's really to remember, obviously, my grandfather and my father, but also all the people who worked at Comerford's and rode with Comerford's, with the support from Comerford's, and I just wanted to mark the occasion in some way.
It's excellent because we were speaking just before we come on to you. We've been speaking to John Lampkin. And,
I was listening.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you listened,
the
right?
Family,
right. So I mean,
Red family are so important.
And the funny thing is, a few years ago, I was speaking to Sid Lampkin, Alan Lampkin, and I said, "How did you get in with the Bultaco side of things?" He said, "Well, Suzuki pulled their trials effort at the end of 1969." And they didn't have a bike to ride. Well, it was actually 1970. So as the season went on, Suzuki decided to pull out. That meant that Sid and Martin didn't have a bike to ride for the Scot. And what they did was they phoned up. Well, Sid had ridden round the 1966 Scottish with Reg when Sid won the trial, and Sid phoned up Reg at Comerford and said, "Look, we're a bit short of bikes here in Silsden." He said, "Well, what do you mean?" "Right, well, we've not got our bike to ride, whatever." And he said, "Well, leave it with me, I'll see what I can do." So Reg went to your father, John Comerford, and said, "Look, the Lampkins are bikeless, they don't have a bike to ride, any chance?" And your father said, "Who's the Lampkins?" So anyway, got over that hurdle, and there was 2 bikes came in from dealers that had been lent out to riders in certain centres. And Sid and Martin got a Bultaco Sherpa each to ride at the 1970 Scot trial. Then within a couple of months they had brand new Sherpas sent up to Silsden, because obviously John Comerford decided these guys are a bit tasty on a bike, let's maybe do something. And of course there was the big connection with the factory, with your father and the company. Originally the Bultaco had been imported by the Rickman brothers at New Milton.
That's right.
But then it transferred over to Comerford's, and Comerford's
They wanted to concentrate on the Matisse, didn't they?
That's right, they wanted to do that, and the first model Pursang was actually a Matisse, but under a different name, and it was a certain model 11. And then your father got involved, and of course he became close friends with Senior Bulto.
Oh, that was that was probably the most important business relationship that my father ever had, and certainly one that he valued tremendously. He had a very close relationship with Paco Bulto, who I think they both had a similar attitude towards. My father said that when you shook your hand on a deal, that was a deal.
That's it.
It didn't matter about the paperwork and the contracts, and they were both gentlemen.
Yeah.
You know, and I think they recognised a kindred kind of spirit there. But I mean, that also illustrates how important the staff were at Comerford's, because my father was not steeped in motorcycles before he joined the business.
Yep.
You know, my grandfather was very much a sportsman and rode motorcycles.
That's
that
right.
wasn't my father's background. So he very much relied upon the expertise, and he had such an amazing team around him.
Yeah.
You know, you look at Don Howlett and Bert Thorne and Stuart Miller, and you know, I could go on. We'd be all day talking, you know, and you have people like Reg May in the workshop, of course, was a genius. And my father very much relied upon the expertise of the people around him to inform him on those things. And so, you know, when Reg May comes to you and says, these Lampkin boys need bikes, that's not a voice you ignore.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the Prime Minister. He doesn't know everything, but he's got advisors to keep him right. That's the way it works, doesn't it? It's a bit like he was the Prime Minister of Comerford's.
I'm not sure how much my father would want to be associated with any.
Well, you know, I mean, generally speaking.
But he was a people person.
Yeah.
He loved people, and he valued loyalty above all else. And that went both ways. You know, he felt a loyalty to the people who had given Comerford's, and he felt a loyalty to the riders who gave so much as well, because, you know, it was a company based upon sports. And when you look at the history of Bultaco as well, it kind of seems right that, you know, Senor Bulto left Montesa because they wanted to get out of competitive sports.
That's right.
And, you know, the Comerford was based upon sports, you know, although we sold a lot of road bikes.
Yeah.
It was the sporting side of things that drove the company, and so many of the employees were active in trials and motocross, and then there was, of course, the speedway as well. You know, so it kind of felt, you know, it feels like it was destined to be.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, we were talking about it earlier this week, and I said the motto of Comerford's was ride them Sunday, sell them Monday. And that's what it was, because there was so many people. There's an old picture taken about 1967 when Vic Allen was still scrambling the Greaves. And there's a big line-up. You've probably seen this picture many times. It's a line-up, Don Howlett, and everybody's in there, Bert Thorne, etc., etc. And then they're all sitting on competition machines. The Scrambles riders were sitting on Greaves and stuff. Gordon Farley was sitting in a Tiger Cub, because he worked at Comerford's as well. And it was lines of bikes, and they were all Comerford's employees, and they were all on competition machines, even road racing machines. And that is a really iconic setup when you see it, that was all from one business. And it was one business that was started by your grandfather.
Well, I think that was the key, that the people who sold the bikes rode the bikes and understood the bikes and understood riders and what riders needed as well. I think, you know, it was such an amazing collection of people working at Comerford's. And, you know, I was never personally involved in that side of the business. You know, I went into the film industry, and because my father, at the time that I might have gone into the business, you know, Bultaco obviously, sadly, ceased production. And my father was having conversations with Honda about the car side of things, and you know, I can take. I played no active part in that, but I look back and, you know, I remember walking the showrooms. I remember the characters of the people I met. And, Bert Thorne. I heard a lovely story about Bert Thorne, who was an amazing salesman, but also really understood the whole sporting side thing. And he said there was a tyre kicker, a guy who used to come to the showroom every day and never bought anything, but would sit on every bike and try everything. And one day there was a sidecar outfit, and he climbed into the sidecar, and Bert crept up behind him, slid the roof shut over him, and then peered down and said, "Can I help you, sir?"
So he could get
I
away.
I don't know if he did buy a bike, but yeah.
Yeah, well, Bert
you know,
Thorne, he left school and he worked his whole life for Comerford, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and ended up being a very valued director of the company.
Yeah,
But there are so many people like Bert as well. You know, Don Howlett's contribution, there's Stuart Miller and Jock Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could go on, you know, Brian Green, but you know, just to name those names leaves out so many people.
Yeah.
And they were all enthusiastic. And when when you're running a business that's full of people who are enthusiastic about what you do,
Yeah.
you know, that's why it was successful.
I don't know if there's a business like that in current day terms either. That's the problem. But you mentioned Jock Wilson. He was a Scotsman from Perthshire, and he was through the army, and then he got a job at Comerford's, and yeah, rode under Comerford's banner quite a few times. And of course, Comerford's, what people have forgotten now is when Sammy Miller, when he was riding aerials, BSA kind of dropped the aerial brand. Sammy was still riding aerials under Comerford's. In 1963, he was a Comerford's entrant on a 500 aerial, S.H. Miller. And of course, most famous trials rider of all time, over 1,000 wins, 11 times British champion, European champion. And if they'd had a world champion at that time, they probably would have been that as well. And then Miller, as he calls himself Miller, so that's no disrespect, went to Bultaco. The Ricksmans were involved, they were the importer, but Sammy always says when he worked for Honda it wasn't the same, because when he went to Senior Bulto, to Paco, and said, I need to change this, it was done. When he went to Honda and asked for something to be changed, they had to have a committee meeting of certain directors, and it took about a month. And of course Miller just took the bike away, cut the headstock, re-welded it, and before the paint had dried on the frame, he was riding about in it. That was the difference. And lots of people came through the ranks with support with Comerford's, and of course the big one was really Bultaco, and then in a motocross later on, Don Howlett and I think Derek Cranfield had gone to Austria, sussed out the KTM, and started importing KTM to the UK, which was an unknown, but it soon became a very well-known brand, and look at it now. Unfortunately, it's in financial trouble. But one thing that I think we've maybe touched on before was Bernie Schreiber from the USA, who was a guest yesterday on the programme. And we've made it known in Trials Guru that Bernie Schreiber won the 1979 World Trials Championship at a time when Bultaco, the factory, was in financial difficulties, but he didn't have a Bultaco contract. Where did he have his contract through? And that's where Comerford's come in, doesn't it?
Well, that's, you know, that's kind of the two-way street that I was talking about, and the mutual respect. You know, and my father felt it was the right thing to do, and so did the people around him. You know, Don and Bert and everyone was at Comerford was on board with that, and it was just the right thing to do. And look what happened. You know, Bernie won the world championship, and you know, you can't ask more from a rider than if you support them, they give their all, which he did.
That's
so,
right.
You know, it justified absolutely every decision.
And he's the only American ever to win the World Series, which is a record in itself, and it was down to Comerford's help, because the factory couldn't do anything. It was in financial distress. Comerford's took up the mantle, did it all. He was looked after by Pete Hudson. He looked after Bernie, and then when Bernie went, because he had to move brand to Italjet, who was in charge of him there or looking after him? Pete Hudson, because he moved over to Italjet. So there's all these things, and it's all the other businesses that were spawned from Comerford. You had guys in Motor Right, you know, Gary Wright's father, John Wright, he was involved. Vic Allen was involved in that for a spell, and then latterly Brian Argent. Yeah, so I know you've done something really special for the connections of Comerford's this year. Could you explain a bit of that?
Are you talking about the whiskey?
Yes. Whiskey, yeah.
Well, I like whiskey, but I was trying to think of a way to mark Centenary in a way of I suppose recognising, you know, people who played an important part. And so I went to Lindora's Abbey, which is it's where the oldest written record of whiskey being produced.
Right.
Zetland was having.
Mhm.
And I asked them, wanted to put together a whiskey that reflected the history of Comerford. So obviously the Scottish 6 Days trial was such an important part. So that Scottish connection was there with, you know, having the whiskey distilled in Scotland. But then I wanted to recognise the American connection, because it wasn't just Bernie Shriver. I mean, also, you know, we left Steve McQueen prepped his bikes there for 1964 ISDT, but my grandfather also, with Noel B. Pope, had a land speed record attempt in America, which unfortunately failed. But then they did devalue sterling while he was over there, so he came back with more money than he left with, which was fine by him. And then I wanted to also obviously recognise, particularly it being the 50th anniversary of winning the inaugural World Championship of Martin Lampkin's success in 1975.
Yep.
I wanted to recognise Bultaco as well. So the whiskey went into an American bourbon barrel, and then was switched to a Spanish sherry barrel.
Yeah.
Matured in there, and then it's been a bit of detective work, but I've tried to find as many either ex-employees or riders or their families, you know, those who have, and just kind of send them it's a small token to say thank you for all the associations, I suppose.
It's a very special one, though, because you've really done your research. You've linked it into America and Scotland and all that, and I think it's an absolutely fantastic thing that you're doing, and it's all off your own back. Now, obviously,
if I could have linked it to Finland as well,
of course,
I would have done.
Yeah, because of Eurovesterinen.
But you know, I've spoken to you, and you know, he obviously won 3 of the championships on the trot. So
that's right.
You know, he's not forgotten, and he's mentioned on the bottle label.
Yeah,
you know, I did mention. To be honest, there's not enough room on the label to write all the things I wanted to write, because there are so many people, you know, in the motocross world as well as the trials.
That's right.
You know, and grass track, and so many people won so many championships through riding Bultacos and KTMs, and you know, yeah. So you know, you do what you can. I just wanted to mark the occasion in some way. My father died 11 years ago, my mother 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it felt like it felt appropriate.
Yeah. Now tell me, Comerford name in 2025. You said you were involved in the film industry. I think you have is it a daughter you've got in the same sort of line of work? Is that what she does?
Yeah, she's making her way as a writer-director, my daughter Molly. She's just made a short film she's putting into festivals, but she also works as a script supervisor on large projects. So yeah, she's in the films, and my son is an accountant.
Yeah.
Working in Bristol.
Now, what did your father, John, originally start out to do? He went to university, he went to a public school, I think, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, he and I went to the same pubs. We went to Clifton College in Bristol.
Yeah.
And he went on to Oxford and studied law.
Yeah.
And then he went to the bar and became a qualified barrister, but he never practiced. I think my grandfather said to him, well, listen, John, if you want to come into the business, you can start at the bottom like everyone else and work your way up. Or if you bring a useful qualification to the business,
right,
then, you know, you can start near the top.
Right.
And my father decided to go and qualify. You know, he had a chat with my grandfather, qualified as a barrister, and then came in, you know, in the management side.
Great. Now, you do have an item from the history of the World Championships, I believe, GWX 78N, would that be right?
Yeah, we've kept Martin Lampkin's winning bike. Yep. I also have one of the very first Sherpa Ts.
Yeah.
Certainly an early model. And I have one of the last batch of Sherpas to come off the production line before the factory closed, which has never turned over even.
Yeah.
Never been ridden.
Great. So you've got mementos.
Yeah, and I have my Matraya, my 250 Matraya GTS that I rode in my 20s, and Clint Leggett recently refurbished for me and got back on the road. So that's a classic bike now. When a bike you rode in your 20s is called vintage, you realise you're not a spring chicken yourself anymore.
Yeah. Well, we've got to move on the programme, Patrick, but it's been really a pleasure having you on. It explains a little bit behind the page you've taken in the official programme. It's just a pity you weren't able to come to Scotland, but you're very welcome to come up here anytime. I'll extend that to you.
Thank you. I definitely want to come up. Unfortunately, my daughter's getting married in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I'm needed down here for last-minute arrangements.
Excellent.
But it's been an absolute privilege talking to you, and thank you for helping us to mark this occasion and the importance of the Scottish.
Well, as you know, there's a full page, I think, in the Trials Guru website about Luke Comerford, because Luke Comerford was how they used to grab people's attention in the motorcycle press to get their adverts read before anybody else, or they even put it in as AAA Comerford, so it appeared at the top of the column centimetres.
The old trick.
That's right.
I mean, if I have to be honest, I learned things I didn't know from your article, so thank you for that. Although I have a treasure trove. My father never threw anything away.
Right.
I have a treasure trove of old documents and letters and programs and adverts and things that I'm still working my way through. So I hope to do something with those at some stage.
Brilliant. Well, we'll hear from that maybe next year when you've got through it. So anyway, John Weller.
Hello there. Hello, Patrick. That's absolutely fascinating catching up on your story with your father, John. How are you doing? And I know we're sort of running out of time now, but I'm just thinking how things were back in your father's day when you hadn't got the internet, you hadn't got mobile phones, and to get all these connections. They call it networking these days, but it was just being in the right place at the right time, I guess, for a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I still teach that to my children today. It's recognising an opportunity and grabbing it with both hands when it comes along, isn't it? But the important thing was my father was surrounded by very knowledgeable, very passionate people, and he had great advice, and he took that advice when he, you know, he was a pretty good judge, but when Don or Bert or Reg or anyone came to him and said, you know, you need to consider this, he would always listen. But without that advice, without that expertise around him, conference would not have been what it became.
Well, glad you're keeping it going, and as I say, all the research, all the finding all your father's mementos, bringing them back into the archives, I guess, future generations can go back and say, this is how it was done, and this is what we learned from it.
I don't know if you can, because I can't see. Can you see there's a photograph on the back wall there?
Yep.
That's my grandfather. That's Teddy Comerford.
Wow.
On the Portsmouth Road, in a suit and tie, sidecar, lifting the sidecar off and you know, that's how it all started. Yeah. It all started with my grandfather.
Well, they virtually owned Portsmouth Road and Thames Ditton at one time, didn't they? The whole street.
Yeah, both sides of the road.
They had company flats where Gordon Farley lived and Vic Allen lived when they were when they were getting married, etc. So they did look after the employees, I must admit.
I had a lovely chat with Vic the other day.
Yeah.
Lovely chat on the phone. Yeah. Fond memories, and you know, as a kid, whenever I walk into a motorcycle showroom now, it's the smell just conjures back childhood instantly for me.
Yeah, brilliant. Anyway, John, we're running out of time now, so
we are indeed.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for coming on, and I'll be in touch with you once I get home.
Thank you.
There you go. Well, we're up to 12 minutes to 11 o'clock. It's really going quickly. We've got 11 more minutes. Where are we back at the studio? I know you're sort of still trying to deal with stuff there. Do we need to catch up on stuff?
I think he's speaking to Patrick, so he's just winding him up.
I imagine we do.
Saying cheerio, so I'm not sure what we're going now, but obviously we're coming up to the hour of 11 o'clock when the...
Well, I guess we want to go through the top riders.
No, you can wait. We need to do adverts. You can do that after these.
Okay, right, I was going to say, that's what I thought you'd be chatting to Patrick there. That's fine. Do that, come back to us, and we wind up this show for today.
It's a really good combination between grip and rolling speed. It's hard to find a tyre which has both the grip and the durability and not wear out. It means less tyre changing, less putting air in your tyres, less putting tyre sealant in your tyres, and it's just easier for me as a professional. It just does what I want it to do. It's not doing anything funny, and they've been durable. I've ridden them on some really rough terrain and I haven't had any punctures yet, but to last long as well, it's ideal really.
the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back, think about it, so maybe do be cool, man, look smarter. The world time has come to.
Scottish 6-day trial.
Day 3 into the final furlong we're going on this Wednesday. It's quite warm out here, it's lovely, the sun is shining, riders still getting out there. We're up to riders into the 30s, I guess.
70s, is it?
No, 30s, I think we're into now.
I can't read it.
I can't see behind you, but that's where we're up to. And it's been a busy old show. It's been great catching up. And as I say, it's the history and it's all those connections. We keep talking about connections and families and groups of people and businesses.
Talking of families and connections, just to catch up on this kind of stuff, because obviously you guys have been talking for ages. Jen Crabtree has been watching and listening to say hello to riders 265 and 266. We've got Parenting Garden looking after 263 and 264, the Australian father and daughter team.
Yeah, that's Alicia Harry and Adrian Harry. What was the other one you gave us?
265 and 266.
265, that's Ethan Richardson and Andrew Richardson from the Lampkin Victory MCC.
They say good morning and good luck to them. Nigel Pickering's listening and watching. He's enjoying that from Whitworth today. Good luck to everybody.
Yep.
And our good friend Stuart Dosey's back in the office, but he's having a cheeky wee listen and a wee watch what we're doing.
Yeah, well, Nigel Pickering's a bit of a guitar man. He's a musician as well as a trials rider. Yeah.
There we go.
Idle Frets. He plays in the band apparently.
He knows everything.
Idle Frets. Frets meaning the thing on the guitar.
Yeah, not fretting as in when you're fretting.
That's right. Yeah, that's
when
right.
you're stressed.
Yeah.
Jeez. And we're already lining up for people to chat to even on Friday already. Your mate has just been in, but yeah,
this
it's all
is
good.
Wednesday, isn't it?
It's Wednesday today, yeah. I did say Thursday, very first thing.
Yeah,
but
confused me.
It is the hump day, as they call it.
Yeah, in the middle of the week. Yeah.
It is those good-looking figures on the camera.
Well, people are staring at the camera. They don't realise the camera there, I don't think. They're having a wee chat.
No idea. Before we run out of time, big thanks to the team. Dan, who's in the trailer.
Yep.
We've got Robbie Bean out around. We've got Bean down here as well.
Yep.
Si back at the studio. John Moffat, myself, John Weller here all week, basically.
Yeah.
Keeping you entertained and informed about what's happening at the Scottish 6 Days trial.
Letting the music burst out.
It is, and weather-wise, we have been blessed this week so far.
Can't complain.
I know you're not meant to talk about stuff because it's meant to be bad luck, but do you know what? I've been looking at the long range. It's not looking bad.
Oh, that's good. That's always favourable.
And I guess our sponsor, you want to give them a big shout-out, Si?
We can. Big thank you to Michelin for sorting us out as our main sponsor, along with Gavin Cairns, who you spoke to earlier on, as our two title sponsors for the year. We've also got to say a big thank you to Comms West for kicking us off with our internet, which has given you all the live pictures you can watch on YouTube as it all happens. Also a big thank you to the crew and Robert from Thistle Access kicking us out with our trailer, which is very essential for our equipment to make all this happen. And indeed our trials guru for all of the knowledge.
He is. That's that rider 17 it is.
Yeah. And finally, big thank you to Two Tyres for sponsoring our table.
There you
giving
go.
you a shiny table to lean on and
Well,
kind of business.
yeah, it does what it needs to do.
Yeah.
And it hides a lot of stuff behind it, which is including us.
No, you don't need to talk about what's behind it. That's just like the mystery of TV.
Oh, the mystery. What's behind here? We have got shortbread. Ooh.
It's like when they do the news. Do you think they're wearing slippers and stuff underneath it?
There was one person did it, and they were wearing slippers one day.
Exactly.
Because it's comfortable.
You never know, you see.
I've still got my pyjamas on.
Yeah.
It's strange doing an interview in shorts when I was chatting to Neil from the Blood Bikes.
That's
because
right.
you forget about all that sort of
That's
stuff.
right,
But it's good to do that. And as I say, it's the first time we come down here on the Sunday, which was actually a unique experience for us. We sort of did a rehearsal.
Yeah, I saw that.
A full setup, which we don't. We normally do.
What do you mean you saw that? Why didn't you come down?
No, I saw it today because it was a replay.
He was too busy getting his dinners and his lunches and his breakfasts.
Yeah, I didn't know. It was on.
I'll let it in rehearsal. I'll stay away from that.
Food.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of parachuted in, am I?
I don't know. You just float in on a waft of something.
Yeah. Just arrive and that's it.
You're like a generator. You just turn up, we pull the cord, and you just go. That's it.
Yeah, so you can't turn it off the same way. Right, shall we have a look at the runners then? We didn't do that yet. Top riders, did we?
Yeah,
do
you've got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, no, we're very quick at the route.
Rattle through route.
Well, route and runners.
Route and run. Well, today
winding
they're
up
out in
here.
the Kinlochleven. The first section was Callop, not accessible. Lower Mamore, 3 sections there. The next spectator one was Greymare's Tail, 3 sections at Kinlochleven, and of course the famous iconic pipeline section. First rider there at 9:40, just outside the village itself. The next 4 groups inaccessible, and then they drop back towards Fort William at Leenachan, which is the Nevis Range car park, so you can park up there. 5 sections there, good bit of action there. And then Corrienacloich, that's just further down the road, 2 sections there. So that is the route for today. It's basically based in the Kinlochleven area, then it comes back over the hills to Fort William. Top riders?
Yep, very quickly.
Leading the trial, Harry Hemingway, number 165, and Adam Raga, 183. Beta and Sherko, 0 mark slots for these chaps. Third position on 3 marks is Jack Pace. 4th position on 4 marks is Jack Dance, as is James Dable in 5th position on 4. Billy Green also on 4 in 6th position. 7th position Harry Turner on 4 again. And then Dougie Lampkin, former winner of the trial 13 times, 8th position on 7. George Hemingway, first attempter, 9th position on 7, and in 10th position Richard Sadler, also on 7 marks lost.
So that top 10, any one of those could actually win it, I believe.
They could, and as I say, Dougie Lampkin slipped a wee bit down, and on the first day dropped 6 marks. He only dropped 1 yesterday, but he's clawed his well back into 8th position, and James Dable has come up into 5th position. Now I believe that unfortunately with James, one of his sons had a nasty accident yesterday, got hit on the head with a stone. I'm sure it was one of his sons. Hope he's well. He's been in the Belford, checked over. Hope everything's okay.
I'm not going to say that, though. No disrespect to Dougie, but Dougie being down there actually makes him human, because, I mean, people think he's a bit of a machine and whatever.
Yeah.
But to sort of do that, now fight your way back, I think that actually proves a true sportsman, if I'm honest.
Yes, and Dougie being Dougie Lampkin, having ridden so many times, but not only that, won so many times, he knows what it takes to win the event. So, yeah, I would never really discount Dougie as long as he's riding this event. He's obviously going to be a chance to win this event.
We're going to try and catch up with him tomorrow, because I think he comes in about the right timing for us to sort of get him before he goes out.
Yeah.
Because they do stagger the old start. So is that you wound up at the studio then? Everything all finished there? We got the competition. We're going to do that tomorrow, the winner of that one?
We'll pick it tomorrow.
Makes life a lot easier, I think. And as I say, if you are entered, you've still got a chance, I guess, to enter if you want to. What's that competition question?
What is the column name for the column that Bernie Schreiber writes for Trials Guru? That's a simple question. What is it called?
And you've got a limited cap, one of the Nevis Radio outside
the
broadcast
Nevis Radio
caps
Blue.
up for grabs, a little goodie bag, and I believe there is a key ring or a coaster in there as well. So that'll be coming up. We'll reveal the winner tomorrow for that one. Thursday is a new day. What's it going to bring? Who knows? We've got a few things lined up. I think we've got a few people to talk to. But we'll be here from 7 o'clock, bright and early in the morning. Well, 6 o'clock in the morning to set up, John. You wouldn't know what time that was.
No.
That's what time.
BP
That's
time.
what time we're going to be here. He's getting past goodies all the time. It's like being at a zoo.
Yeah, I've got another.
John Moffat being fed.
Yeah.
Got to be done.
Is that nice one?
Oklahoma Trials team, the NEOTT.
Whatever you're doing, stay tuned to Nevis Radio on this Wednesday. We'll take you through, and please join us again tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock. Scottish 6 Days Trial, Day 4.
from 96.6 to 102.4 FM. This is Nevis Radio.